Good evening. Welcome to the Torrance City Council meeting of September 15th, 2020. I call the meeting back to order, and we've been in executive session. Mr. Sullivan, is there anything to report?
No, Your Honor, there's not.
Thank you. And thank you all for joining us tonight. Last week, we were dark due to the long Labor Day weekend. Last Friday, the nation honored the lives lost during the tragic events of 9/11. I want to thank two special community members who spearheaded an effort to honor those lost in the 9/11 attack. Jordan Atkinson, a graduate of South High School, and Haley Pitsky, a South High student. They organized an event to place 2,997 flags in Seaside Heroes Park. Their effort followed the mission of Project Young Americans for Freedom to never forget 9/11. The flags were on display all weekend at the park and were a great way for our city to honor the victims. Thank you, young ladies. The COVID-19 pandemic and subsequent economic recession continue to test the resilience of our city. I want to again thank you all for your patience through these unprecedented times. It's important to us that you still have an opportunity to voice your comments during this pandemic. Public emails will continue to have a deadline of 2 p.m. on the day of the council meeting you wish to comment on. Thank you to those of you who met today's deadline. They have been forwarded to the council as supplemental material and will be entered into the public record. Although some emails have not been received at the deadline, but they will submit it after that. They will still be added to the public record. We will get them in short order. For those of you who are tuning in via Facebook, YouTube, live stream, or aware that our call center is very, very busy taking multiple phone calls. So you may not get in right away. You may get a busy single one. And I ask you to please keep trying and call back in. And maybe in a moment or two, you'll be able to get through. City Clerk, have emails received before 2 o'clock p.m. today been processed as supplemental material?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. So we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which will be a flag salute led by Councilmember Chen, followed by an invocation by Councilmember Goodrich. I want to turn the microphone over to Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. Please follow along with me for the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag
As we enter into this week, let our thoughts and our minds be with those who are affected by the wildfires, especially our first responders and firefighters responding on the scene as these fires burn across California and the West. Let us also be mindful of the people that have been affected by these fires, and let our thoughts be with them and their families, and all the way down even to those that have been affected by the smoke and the bad air quality. Peace.
Thank you, gentlemen. May we have a report of the City Clerk on the posting of the agenda?
Your Honor, this agenda was posted on Thursday, September 10th, 2020.
Thank you. I'll take a motion to waive further reading. Councilmember Griffith.
I move to waive further readings.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Second.
Roll call vote, Councilmember Ashcraft. Councilmember Ashcraft?
She may be experiencing some difficulties. Okay, hold 1 second. I believe she's calling back in.
Of course.
obviously experiencing some audio issues. Can you hear me now?
I've got it back. Thank you. It dropped me. I'm back.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
We're going to take a vote on the waiving further reading. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Announcement of withdrawn, deferred, and/or supplemental item.
Yes, Your Honor. This is Leroy Jackson. Item 10A has been withdrawn, and there was supplemental material stating the parties reached an agreement on till the item and the appeal have been withdrawn. There are supplemental materials available online on the city website at torrance.ca.gov for items 7, 8C, 8D, 8E, 8H, 9G, 9H, 9I, 9J, and item 9K. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. We move on to council committee meeting announcement. But before we do that, I ask that we adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of honorary police officer Drake Walker, who passed away on Saturday, September 12, 2020, at age 9. Drake, the youngest son of Sergeant James Walker, always dreamt about becoming a police officer, just like his dad. On October 16, 2018, Drake was sworn in as an honorary Torrance police officer. Chief Berg said that night, "It is really an honor to have Drake officially become a member of our law enforcement family. Drake is a true inspiration and is a welcome addition to our organization." In January 2019, Drake was a recipient of the Chief's Award for his kindness, courage, and compassion. Drake was an inspiration to his family, every member of the Torrance Police Department, and our entire community. Although Drake battled cancer for quite some time, he remained upbeat and positive throughout. With the passing of honorary officer Drake Walker, our police department has lost a true warrior. Our deepest sympathy is with the Drake family and his friends. He will be dearly missed and remembered for his bravery. Drake will always be recognized as an honorary member of the Torrance Police Department. He served with true distinction, true honor, and true humility. What a moment of silence. Honorary police officer Drake. Thank you, everyone. Earlier this year, the Social Services Commission began conducting homeless plan listening sessions. The public was invited to share their experiences and perceptions of homelessness in Torrance. The first listening session was held during the Social Services Commission meeting on February 27, 2020. As you know, shortly thereafter, the Los Angeles County issued a safer at home order in March of 2020. And our city commissions have temporarily suspended meetings. The Social Services Commission is ready to reconvene and invites the public to participate in the next meeting, which will be held virtually on Thursday, September 24 at 6 p.m. During this commission meeting, the commission will resume listening sessions with a second session for members who share their perceptions and experiences and how the city might strengthen its response to address homelessness. The meeting agenda and information on how to participate in the virtual listening session will be available beginning Friday, September 18th at torrance.ca.gov/homelessplan. Survey is available on the web page if you're unable to attend the meeting or participate in the meeting. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to contact the city manager's office at 310-618-5880. Again, the number is 310-618-5880. We're looking for all the input that we can get from the community, not just anecdotal stories, but possible solutions to the problem that we are facing. Councilwoman Kalani, I believe you had an announcement.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is a reminder that the 2020 census is still accepting submissions online, by phone, or by mail. To submit online, please visit 2020census.gov. It's not too late to complete the 2020 census. The results of this once-a-decade count determine the number of seats each state has in the House of Representatives, in addition to drawing congressional and state legislative districts. This count will also determine how much of the $675 billion in federal funding will be distributed to states and communities each year, facilitating the creation of jobs, building of schools, and many other services that communities enjoy daily. If you would like more information on how the 2020 census can help shape your community, please visit 2020census.gov. Let's help shape our community's future by ensuring that Torrance reaches a 100% participation rate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Kalani. Appreciate that. On to community matters. Item 6A, I'll take a number and title, please.
Your Honor, this is resolution number 2020-95, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, honoring Finance Director Eric E. Sowell upon his retirement from the city after 24 years of service.
Okay, before we go on to the ceremonial aspect of it, I'll take a motion to adopt. Nobody wants to say goodbye to Eric, so I'll go to Councilmember Goodrich.
Motion to adopt resolution 2020-95.
Councilmember Chen.
Councilman Chen was second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Reluctantly, yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Councilmember Goodrich, would you do the honors of reading this resolution for us?
I will. Whereas Eric Sowell was hired as Finance Director for City of Torrance on March 11, 1996. He came to Torrance with a financial background working with municipalities, having previously served as a supervising accountant for Sunnyvale, California, and then as acting finance director-treasurer for the city of Berkeley, California. Eric was always grateful for the opportunity to return to live and work in Torrance, the town he grew up in. And whereas Eric demonstrated excellent fiduciary sense in developing economic strategies to meet demands and oversaw countless audits. He worked directly with the city manager to establish and maintain a balanced operating and capital budget while ensuring continuity of daily operations. The 2-year budget process and the 5-year budget forecast helped the city plan for its financial future. He was innovative in outsourcing the utility billing for water, sewer, and refuse, which saved the city millions of dollars. Under Eric's leadership, the City of Torrance received the highest national award for excellence in financial reporting for its comprehensive annual financial report in every year of his term as finance director. And whereas Eric helped advance the city's systems for accounting and payroll management, he implemented a citywide automated financial system, New World, developed an online automated business license renewal system, and converted to a web-based payroll system, ADP, without which the city would not have been able to process its payroll during a recent cyber incident. During his tenure, Eric implemented the alignment of the purchasing, risk management, and workers' comp divisions under the finance department and created efficient policies and procedures in developing their goals and objectives. In 2017-18, in response to the retirement of many key personnel, Eric oversaw the restructuring of the finance department, hiring 13 new staff members to replace vacancies and build a competent team going forward. Whereas Eric is personable in his approach. He would rather meet face-to-face when discussing budgetary matters, whether resolving shortfalls in lean years or recommending efficient spending measures, so that departmental relationships could be maintained and strengthened when working together. Across the years, Eric pulled together many budget review teams consisting of members from different departments, so that fair and objective decisions on revenue reductions and enhancements could be reached across the board. Whereas Eric's expertise was instrumental in assisting the Community Services Department build and renovate different facilities, some of which include the D. Hardison Sports Center, Madrona Marsh Nature Center, and Victor E. Bernstead Plunge. He was also involved in financing for installation of new playground equipment at numerous parks. And whereas Eric assisted in the negotiation and purchase of the 15-acre parcel of land that is the future home of the Torrance Transit Park and Ride Regional Terminal, Tar Plant Reserve, and Fire Training Academy. His leadership with the acquisition of the city's future transit center provided the fire department an opportunity to partner with El Camino College to design and build the first true public safety center for the South Bay community. And whereas Eric served as the finance chair for the interoperability network of the South Bay Committee. His direction was instrumental with police and fire departments' emergency communications that has increased on-scene safety for all South Bay first responders. He assisted with adding the city's 5th paramedic rescue and upgraded a fire engine to full paramedic capability, which allows the fire department to improve countless patient outcomes. And whereas Eric enjoyed sharing good conversation and a great meal, he encouraged getting the executive staff together for networking opportunities, believing that nurturing a solid team would help negotiate positive outcomes both in and out of the office. His great sense of humor often softened the blow when having to deliver not-so-good financial news, which he referred to as being cautiously optimistic. This enabled his friends to carry on even when challenging departments to find creative ways to continue the same level of services to our residents without compromising their subject expertise. And whereas Eric will be missed by his colleagues on the exec team and coworkers in the finance department and throughout the city, his legacy will live on through his many accomplishments and years of hard work. We wish him many years of good health, happiness, and personal fulfillment. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Torrance does hereby commend, honor, and congratulate Eric E. Sau for his dedication, professionalism, and contributions to the City of Torrance while in our employ. And be it further resolved that we extend every good wish to Eric for a full, rewarding, and enjoyable life in his retirement years. Introduced, approved, and adopted this 15th day of September 2020. And Eric, just wanted to say that you will be missed. I encourage you to remain cautiously optimistic as you go forward, and I will send you off with a live long and prosper.
Thank you, Council Member. Mr. Sau, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. It has been a real honor and privilege to serve the residents of Torrance over the past 24 years. I would like to say it just seems like yesterday when I was able to return to the city that I love. I do remember asking my mom if my old room was available because I needed a place to stay while I flew down for the interview. I will always be on in Mr. Jackson's debt for recommending me for the job of Finance Director. I also like to thank Albert Ang and Kathy Keene, who participated in the final interview. I would also like to thank all of the mayors and councils I was able to serve, but especially the council that appointed me, Mayor D. Hardison, council members at the time, Marcia Cribbs, Don Lee, George Nakano, Jack Masterlian, Maureen O'Donnell, and Dan Walker. I originally thought I would be here at Torrance maybe 5 or 6 years. Boy, was I incorrect. As it turns out, LJJ is a great boss to have. His style empowers those who think out of the box and allows one to push the envelope. However, this did not come without some risk. There were numerous occasions where the door would close, the glasses would come off, and thankfully, less frequently, the rubbing of the bridge of his nose. Because when that happened, you had to decide if you keep digging, whether that meant dig yourself out of a hole or keep digging it deeper, and that was anyone's guess, or simply call it a day, retreat, and regroup. The discussions were always open, honest, and direct, and I will generally miss that. At the end of the day, we were able to accomplish a lot and make Torrance better. I will miss the job. I will most definitely not miss the stress, but I will miss most of all the people. Over the years, many of those who I've worked with have come and gone. There are so many who have mentored me, shared their wisdom, experiences, and friendship. I would like to thank a few, beginning with Jimmy Samoto for reaching out to me prior to my first day, and our friendship continues. Miss Mary for all the fun times and laughs, including all the late nights, which turned in early mornings, drafting budget message after budget message, and just doing what finance people do. The Tuesday lunch group over the years, Gino, Brooks, Jim, Cheryl, and of course, Rob. And I would be remiss if not mentioning Ken and Joyce for their friendship and all that they have done. Former Chief John, New, and Mark for their support and continued friendship. And for all those who tried to make me look good, I thank, which have to include Maria. The two people I have to thank the most of all is my best friend and the love of my life, who also happens to be my wife, Donna. For all her endless support, love, and just simply putting up with me. And for those who know me, it's not an easy task. And of course, my son, Brandon, for just being himself, and while he was growing up, not being there for his events, or there for him on weekends, and as well, not being home for dinner on Tuesdays. What's interesting to note is the night he frequently calls home, but not always. I love him dearly. I am very optimistic when I say the city is in good hands with Aram. He and his team will serve this city well and take the city to the next level. I do regret that I will not be part of that journey because knowing Aram as I do, it would be an e-ticket experience. It has been my pleasure to serve the city of Torrance for so many years. And with that, end of report. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. We are going to miss you. The community is going to miss you. Mr. Jackson, I'm sure you have a few words you'd like to say to Eric on his way out the door.
Thank you, Mayor. Eric, I've appreciated your leadership, management of our finance, and your friendship since you came on board as only our city's fourth finance director. You assumed the role from Mike Mary Giordano, not easy shoes to fill, but you took on the job with skill and professionalism. You lived through the challenges of upgrading our financial and payroll systems, a not easy, and I have to say, amongst the users not loved, process. The efforts were well worth the sweat and grumbling. Your 5-year projections kept the city looking to the future, oftentimes challenging in recent economic times. You've always been conservative in what you concluded, but often say it is a cautiously optimistic conclusion. And Eric, I have to say, most people have heard that phrase over and over again and appreciate it. You've had to deal with ever-changing state and federal regulations and reporting requirements. Through all of this, you've somehow kept us ahead of the game, even in these times of shifting and now dramatic economic conditions. You've always been valuable and responsive in your financial counsel, combative when the city has been wrong, and creative when time required it. You do remind me, however, of the accountant in the mattress ad when you're dealt ideas or problems by Mary, Aram, me, or the city council. You often have that look as if you really want to say, Larry, or Aram, or Mary, or Leroy, or the council, you're killing me. You're killing me. But you always seem to be look at it and followed through with impossible matters of how to close the budget, achieve council objectives, meet employee demands, respond to emergencies, and somehow, Eric, you would ponder, work the numbers, and then come back with a plan. Torrance abides because of those plans and your commitment to the financial integrity of the city. Eric, good steward and friend, you've done well. May retirement be filled with new adventures and happy trails. Thanks on behalf of myself, and because we can't see you and address you right here, your executive team, all the department heads and friends that you have here in the city. right there. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor, your audio's off, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. I appreciate those words. I couldn't add a word to it other than to say you will be missed, but we know where you've been all of this time and how much you've done for our community. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, we move on with the calendar to the 60-minute public comment period for agenda items and general orals. If any members of the public wants to speak, please call the public comment hotline now at 310-618-2404. City Council Rules of Order, Section 6.4E, provides that speakers can only speak once. Any speaker that attempts to speak a second time on any item will be disconnected. Callers will have a 1 minute to speak on one agenda item, 2 minutes total to speak on 2 or more agenda items, and 1 minute for general orals. Each speaker will have a maximum of 3 minutes, then be disconnected automatically whenever their time limit was. Please speak when you're prompted and state the number of the agenda item or items you wish to speak on. Or if you want to make a general comment, please let us know. There is a delay in the broadcast, so do not try to follow what you may hear on the broadcast. Please turn down the volume on your TV or viewing device, and do not use Bluetooth or speaker phones. It just does not work well in this format. When speaking on agenda items, you must be on topic. We would like to get as many speakers in as possible. And if you're not speaking on topic, or we can't tell if you're speaking on topic, you'll get a warning. And if you do not then speak on topic, or if you run off a topic again, you'll forfeit the remainder of your time, and we will move on to the next caller, pursuant to City Council Rules of Order, Section 6.5 and Section 6.7, B3 and B4. If there are no speakers waiting before the 60-minute period has elapsed, we will close the public comment portion of the meeting and move on with our meeting. Please note that the council orals will still take place at the end of the meeting. I'll give you the one more admonition for oral communication. This portion of the meeting is reserved for public comment on items on the agenda or on topics of interest to the general public. Under the Ralph M. Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. So with that, all the caveats have been laid out. To the call center, do we have anyone who has called in?
Yes, Mayor. I'll begin to patch the calls in.
Thank you. It's now 7:30.
You are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Was that for Carol Gillis? Yes, on the oral.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, this is Carol Gillis with the Torrance Theater Company. I'm calling to remind everyone that this Sunday we're continuing our Play at Home series, which has been very popular with our fans and our friends throughout the country. This play will be The Puzzle with the Piazza. It starts at 6 p.m. It's a poignant story about an septuagenarian who's looking to put together a 3,000-piece puzzle. So if you're a puzzle lover, you're going to love this one. Please go to torrancetheatercompany.com, Play at Home, and register today. We are charging $20 plus a small fee so that we can continue providing the best theater in the South Bay for our friends and family. Thank you very much, and we look forward to entertaining you this Sunday.
Thank you.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Jamie S., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
Yes, I am calling on 9J.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay. Yes, I'm calling on 9J. I would like to state that
your 1 minute started.
1 minute started?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay, sorry. I would like to state that I feel it is very important for the citizens of Torrance to be able to have access to the drop-off ballot boxes. Due to the state of COVID currently, I don't feel that it's safe for everybody to go to the polls, and the United States Postal Office has said that they cannot guarantee that our mail-in votes will be counted. I think it is very important at the election of 2020 for both the president and all of the other seats that our votes are counted, and the only way to ensure that that is the case is to allow the citizens of Torrance to vote in any way possible, including the drop-off ballot boxes, and ensure that their vote is being counted. I am done. Thank you.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Andrea S., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Yes, 9J and public comment.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes start now.
Hello? Is the audio working?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Your 2 minutes starts now.
I am calling in solidarity with BLMLA to demand that Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon are fired and prosecuted. Leroy Jackson, this is your turn, step it up and do it. City Council, if you have the balls, you can request that. You keep saying that you care about diversity or inclusivity with this Dare to Care campaign. Well, why don't you show that you care about Christopher DeAndre Mitchell and his mother, Sherilyn Hayes? And you also need to take accountability for your TPD by instituting a civilian oversight commission. If you're going to do this, you are going to do this eventually. They need to be not associated with TPD, and anyone who's going to be on the commission needs to not be associated with TPD. And they need to hold the officers accountable so they don't go on another killing spree with the donor shootings and stuff. And with Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's death, that's enough proof for you that we need those sort of things. Additionally, I'm also calling about the vote by mail drop boxes. I don't understand why you can't establish them. They are there to maximize voting options, and if one person uses it more than they would have before, then I think that's a win. And if you're going to prioritize aesthetics over these options, then I don't understand. That's terrible. This goes to show what your priorities are. We need these vote by mail drop boxes, and even if they are going to stay for 5 years or a year or whatever, I don't care. If they do their job, then I don't care what they look like. They could be neon pink for all I care. So get those in. Additionally, I also wanted to call about the homelessness crisis in Torrance. Y'all got to step it up. We're living through a pandemic.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Jan, Michael, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Oral communications and 9J.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes start now.
So I'm going to talk to you guys one more time about Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. He needs justice. We need to fire and prosecute Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon, and we need to establish a civilian oversight commission. I remember seeing a video posted by Torrance for Justice about a Mexican man who was racially profiled by TPD because he was playing with his white grandson. How is that acceptable? It's not. So I think you have to realize that there's a lot of distrust in TPD, and if you have nothing to hide, why would you not have a civilian oversight commission? And can you imagine how Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's mom feels without her son? That's her only child. Come on, just do it. And for 9J, about the vote by mail boxes, come on, we're living in a pandemic. Why don't you have it? This is so important to us. We need to make voting easy for everyone. So, I don't know, just get it done. we need the vote-by-mail boxes. What if nobody uses it? Oh, well, we still provided options to everyone. So just step it up. We don't care if they're a blight to our city, like Mike Griffith said. Care if they're a blight to the city. I think a blight to the people not voting. I yield my time.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Mateos, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
General comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Good evening. I'm also calling to call for the arrest and firing of the killers of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon. The council has an obligation to the people of color of Torrance, and no one of color, no one black is going to feel safe while those two officers are still out on the street. There's plenty of empirical evidence to show that black people are disproportionately killed by police officers, by racist police officers, and these officers are made known when they kill black people. And so by allowing them to remain in their jobs, this council is saying that it's okay to be a racist police officer and it's okay to kill black people. And any future victims, their blood is on your hand too. I'm also calling for the creation of a civilian oversight commission. I don't even understand why this is such a hot topic. The police of the city should be.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Michelle R., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
General comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I'm calling to demand accountability from Torrance Police Department for the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell by Sergeant Matthew Concannon and Anthony Chavez, and to emphasize the colossal failure of this council week after week to take any meaningful action towards establishing a civilian oversight committee to investigate police misconduct. You have now continued to fail us for years, justifying your own self-serving complacency rather than take any meaningful action towards truly just and equitable change. This council represents the will of the people, and it's our community right to review and investigate abuses of power. We demand our long overdue civilian oversight committee. This isn't an option. This is your job. And we aren't going away. Your white patriarchal strategy of erasure will not succeed. You can't will this senseless murder out of our public consciousness. And I might add, your legacy. Your continued silence in the wake of nationwide social justice uprisings speaks to your classist views and allegiances. Sergeant Matthew Concannon and Anthony Chavez should...
Mayor, the caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller.
No, he's not. He's asking you to stop, and you're not stopping, so then he comes to me. That's
Kelly Kay, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
General public comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I'm calling and standing with Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's family and asking for the officers to be fired and prosecuted, Chavez and Concannon, and for you guys to create a civilian oversight commission of Torrance Police Department. It's not too much to ask, especially in this moment and this greater movement that isn't going away at all. We will defund the police. We will get rid of the police. We will abolish the police. I yield my time.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. T, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
Can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me? Please state which agenda item you're calling on.
General public comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Okay, I'm calling to demand the firing and prosecution for Matthew Concannon and Anthony Chavez, who murdered Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. It's unbelievable that it's been this amount of time and y'all failed to take any action. We also want to create a civilian oversight committee because the police who murder our folks cannot investigate themselves. This council is failing the community. We call in week after week, month after month, for how long now? We absolutely demand the firing of Officer Matthew Concannon, Anthony Chavez. They need to be held accountable for the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. And we need to defund the Torrance police as well and put those resources back in the community. Thank you.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Julia, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
General comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
How do you explain humanity to people who cannot see outside of themselves? Christopher DeAndre Mitchell was alive. How do you not get this? His heart used to beat. He had thoughts and feelings and dreams just like you and me. But his were stolen from him by Officers Chavez and Concannon. They took his life away. I truly do not understand how you can sit here every week and listen to his mother talk about her son who was murdered by your officers. How do you not care? Are any of you parents? Do any of you understand what this means? We are all Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, and you are letting him die over and over. Every day you act to ignore the demands for justice. In solidarity with Black Lives Matter, I demand Officers Concannon and Chavez to be fired and for the creation of a civilian oversight commission for the murder-hungry Torrance Police Department. Not one more death. I yield my time.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Sheila, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
Item 7, oral communications.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I am once again calling to demand that you create a civilian oversight commission of the Torrance Police Department and that you fire the officers who are responsible for his murder, Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon. Just on Monday, the United Nations Human Rights Chief called for an urgent and profound action to combat systemic racism in the United States during her opening speech for the Human Rights Council in Geneva. The United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, Michelle Bachelet, the former president of Chile, said commitments for change across the United States after George Floyd's May death in Minneapolis police custody need to be matched by real change to create an environment in which African Americans feel they are protected by law enforcement and the state. This is exactly what you've been called on to do by residents of your city, by Black Lives Matter, and most importantly, by the family and the mother of the man who Torrance Police Department killed. Do you...
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Stephanie P., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communications.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I'm calling once again to demand justice in the name of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Every week, we call in, we tell you that you need to fire officers Matthew Concannon and Anthony Chavez because they cold-bloodedly murdered Christopher DeAndre Mitchell on December 9th, 2018, after 15 seconds of speaking with him and him attempting to comply. Every week, his mother calls in and pleads with you and speaks to you in a calm, rational way to listen to her pain, to listen to her reasonable legal pleas for justice for her son, that these men not be allowed to get away with murder and continue to walk the streets armed and ready to kill another black citizen of Torrance. We're sick of the racism. We're sick of the cover-up. You need to do something. There needs to be a civilian oversight commission.
Call center, are you on the line?
Kat, you're now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're speaking on?
Calling in for public comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute begins now.
I'm calling in solidarity with Black Lives Matter once again to demand justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon need to be fired. They need to be prosecuted too. At the bare minimum, they need to be fired. And a civilian oversight commission must be established to hold Torrance PD accountable for their corruption and their murderousness. It's reprehensible that apparently Torrance's idea of safety hinges upon the slaughter of their black residents. That is perverse and evil, and it needs to change. So do the bare minimum, fire Officers Chavez and Concannon, and establish a civilian oversight commission immediately to hold your officers accountable. I yield my time.
Mayor, I'll move on to the next call. Jason, you're now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
General comment.
Thank you, Jason. Your 1 minute begins now.
Hello, I am calling to also demand that the Torrance City Council fire officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon, who murdered Christopher DeAndre Mitchell on December 9th, 2008. They should also be prosecuted for stealing his life from his mother and from the community. And in addition, it's necessary to create a civilian oversight commission of the Torrance Police Department to hold the department accountable for officers' actions. This should have happened after the former police chief Matsuda was exposed as a racist. This should have happened after it took 8 months to release the names of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's murderers. And Eve Burke should see this commission as an opportunity to be transparent with the community. And I also call for the defunding of the police and allocating those resources to the community. For example, that money could go towards helping Torrance's unhoused population that has increased 47% since 2019. That is all. I yield my time.
Mayor, I'll move on to the next call. Mary Ann, you're now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're speaking on?
Oral communication.
Thank you. Your 1 minute begins now.
Why don't you have your cameras on to show that you're listening? I flat don't understand that. Other than it's symbolic as how you're dealing with racism in Torrance, the murderers on Torrance Police Department, and your unwillingness to do a damn thing. It's the same as turning your backs to all the people who come to engage in this democratic process. And honestly, it's a little petulant and a little on the nose. And then you wonder why people protest or they swear. When people aren't heard in these forums, what exactly do you expect people to do? In solidarity with the family and BLM, I demand that Officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon be fired for the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, who was contrite and cooperative and deserves some semblance of justice in his name. I also demand that you create a civilian oversight commission of the Torrance Police Department so officers are held accountable when they murder people, and that you not give them awards and raises.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected. Sean, you're now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're speaking on?
General comment.
Thank you, Sean. Your 1 minute begins now.
Hello, Torrance City Council members. I'm calling to demand that you prosecute and fire Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon, who mercilessly murdered Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. No mother should have to demand justice for their child that they lost week after week, year after year. It's despicable. It's sickening. We need to create a civilian oversight commission of the police department to just rid the department of this misconduct and also the corruption. There is no room for reform. Black Lives Matter. We need to defund the police. I yield my time.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. John Ramirez, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
My name is John Merritt, and I'm calling in regards of the narcotics agents that work for the Torrance Police Department, Fernando Mata Gomez, and also Ralph Steven Ostiveros, an ex-judge from the Torrance Superior Court, and Chinui Joe Baldi, an ex-narcotics agents who were involved in the house when my daughter was molested. And because I went to prison trying to protect her behind a case, the same case, they accused me of raping my own daughter when I did not. I have evidence of paperwork. That's why I asked the chief of police if he can give me a call at 424-672-0451, or an organization that's listening online right now to call me up and help me out, because these cops keep sending their gangster family members to try to shoot at me and kill a man named John MacArthur in Torrance, and they're telling me he wasn't killed in Torrance, but he was. And now things are blowing up again and they're after me in the streets. But nobody from the Torrance Police Department will help me out. They keep throwing me to the floor.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Kim Isaac, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
Yes, I'm calling for an oral public comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Okay, I'm calling like the other callers have called that are requesting that you fire the officers who killed Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, Anthony Chavez, and Matthew Concannon, that you create a civilian oversight commission, that you need, every police department needs to have a civilian oversight commission to make sure that when someone is killed, that there is an oversight so that the person gets justice. You know, I hear more and more things about how racist Torrance City is, how they don't really care and respond to any of these requests happen for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. So you are basically sending a message to the city that you, the citizens of Torrance, that you do not care about its black citizens when you're allowing this murder to go unchecked over and over and over again, that we call in, you do nothing. And we are not going anywhere.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Michael H., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
This is just a general comment. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm calling to say that y'all need to fire the officers who killed Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, Anthony Chavez, and Matthew Concannon, and that y'all create a civilian oversight commission. We are tired of black people dying, plain and simple. We're not going to do something. Please. I yield my time.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Eleni J., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
Public oral.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, yes. I'm calling to request demand the firing of the officers who killed Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. They killed him within 15 seconds of pulling him over. It's inhumane. We all know this, and we understand this. And your jobs as council members are to serve the public. By not firing these officers, you're doing a huge disservice to the entire community in which you serve. Do your job, do the right thing, and we have a very reasonable request to have a civilian oversight committee. That's the bare minimum. I yield my time.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Ellie Rogers, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
Yeah, I'm calling on 9I, 9J or 9K, they're the same, and general comment.
Thank you. Your time starts now.
Okay, for 9I, I think $450,000
done at a much cheaper cost, and you should probably get more quotes for this. I'm actually an engineer, and I know I could make custom instrumentation for this purpose and maintain it at a cheaper price. So if you want a quote from me, you can solicit my services. Also on 9J or 9K, I would like to thank the City Council for at least bringing up vote by mail again and not just completely dismissing it. However, we need it in our city, and I hope you approve it today, just like every other city in LA County. And whether it's there for a year or not, doesn't matter to me. We need it. And also, I find it very disgusting that Al Matucci has continued to spread misinformation on this topic on his Facebook. You guys can go check it out after this if you want. This kind of behavior is really disgusting and childish, and I don't really understand what kind of purpose it's trying to serve. I'm actually in his district, so in 2 years, I look forward to voting him out of this council. And then my general comment is also pertaining to 8G. First, I'd like to thank TPD for some of the stuff they do. I recognize we need a police force, and I think 8G should be allocated. However, we spend about $129 million on their budget each year, which is 40% of our total budget. There needs to be more transparency on how this grant money is going to be spent, similar to other cities who have published papers detailing their grant use. And given the low crime rate and the number of citizens in Torrance, $129 million budget seems very excessive. I would like to see a reallocation of services for the homeless to be served here in Torrance. And please create a civilian oversight commission. The police are meant to serve its citizens, and currently there is no checks and balances which involve citizens, which seems ridiculous. Please fix this and comply with recommendations from the 2018 LA Grand Jury.
Anna, you're now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're speaking on?
9J in general public comment.
Thank you, Anna. Your 2 minutes begins now.
Hi, my name is Anna, and I'm a middle school math teacher and a lifelong resident of Torrance. Firstly, I'd like to comment on 9J on the vote drop boxes and express my support for including them. I don't have a lot of thoughts and feelings for the two proposals, 1 year versus 5 years. I mostly want to urge the council to implement them during this year as we are living in a pandemic, and it's your job to offer citizens a safe way to vote. I think not including them would be voter suppression and silencing people, which honestly isn't all that surprising coming from you. I'm also calling again this week to demand justice for the family and friends of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. I urge the councils to fire and prosecute officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon and to create a civilian oversight commission of the Torrance Police Department. These officers shot and killed a man within 15 seconds. One of them has killed before. You don't honor people who murder others with awards. You fire them. You prosecute them. The Oversight Commission was already mandated by an LA grand jury and is obviously needed since officers who murder people of color face no repercussions. Fire officers Chavez and Concannon, create a civilian oversight commission, implement vote-by-mail boxes.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Catherine S., you are now unmuted. Can you state which agenda item you're calling on?
9J in public comment.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Hi, I'd first like to speak and urge the City Council to install vote-by-mail boxes in Torrance. It really is voter suppression not to have them, and during a pandemic, it really is more important than ever for us to allow our voters to have the chance to vote. I don't know what City Council is so afraid of, but vandalism isn't going to be a problem, so we really need these ballot boxes to give everyone
the opportunities they deserve. And I would also like to call in support of Black Lives Matter and demand that Torrance City Council fire officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon for murdering Christopher DeAndre Mitchell and install a civilian oversight committee. It's really about time that we give power back to the people, and we need to end this. It's not, people are calling in every week, and all that happens is nothing, and it's really unfair to the family, and no one should have to ever go through this. I yield my time.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Cheryl Lynn, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communication.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I just want to let everybody know that this is not a game. My only son was murdered. His life was stolen December 9th, 2018, by some careless, trigger-happy, radical, racist cops. But in reality, they're being protected because of the job. That's what they do. They protect each other. They don't protect and serve us. They murder us like they murder our son, my son. Christopher DeAndre Mitchell didn't deserve that. My baby didn't deserve that. I miss him so much. It hurts so bad. And to the lady who lost her child, I know exactly how she feels. All the parents of the world who lost their kids like that, they are hurting. I carry a heavy heart every single day, and I miss my son. I can't.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. Carol T., you're now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're speaking on?
Hi. I'm calling about agenda item 9J regarding unstaffed vote-by-mail drop boxes in our city. Voting is a right.
Carol,
We
your
all
1 minute
understand
begins now.
Voting is a right. We all agree on that. I cannot imagine enjoying that right if I have to travel to another city to deposit my mail and ballot, especially during this pandemic. And it would be an embarrassment to all of us who live here if Torrance couldn't provide access to its citizens. Drop boxes have to be in the city, truly. If you suppress citizens' right to vote, that's an additional embarrassment. To assure that each of us in Torrance can exercise our right to vote, I support drop-off boxes for any vote-by-mail ballot. We, my family, welcome the installation of the boxes no matter how long they remain in place. Voting rights are exercised often. I feel that having boxes is a necessary part of securing those rights. These boxes assure all citizens the ability to exercise our right to vote, especially during the time of COVID-19. It's a right that Torrance should support. The city must allow us to exercise our rights if we want people to show up to the polls, if we want to maximize.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. The caller was disconnected because her time was up. Andy P., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
All of them.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I would try to talk about the PCH and Crenshaw intersection project, starting with $500,000, getting money or this and that. Congratulations. If you get the money, please finish the other intersection first, like the PCH and Hawthorne Boulevard and PCH and Enza. But we already spent so much money, and over 7 or 8 years, nothing has been done. Also, 8F, you are spending $899,000 again for a consulting firm. So please give me a break. I do it for you for $1. Okay, 8H, Torrance Theater Company. Now, it's not enough. We're spending all this taxpayers' money, and you spending more on a Torrance Theater Company that nobody can go into, then they charge you $20 to watch this stupid show online, like I'm going to pay $20 top on the things that I pay as a taxpayer for the Torrance Theater Company. Go see that building. It's ready to be torn down. There are 2-3 feet tall weeds growing under it. Okay, the voting, we're going to spend $455 million for voting. I'm sure, or I hope, I can walk into a voting place and vote safely and securely, because remember, I can go to the farmer's market personally. Now, the airport noise, don't monitor the airport noise, get rid of it. We just need to monitor it, get rid of it. It's noisy. I can tell you that without you monitoring it. Now, and the find a few words on Eric Saul. You celebrating this guy who brought Torrance to its knees financially, who was implementing and part of the destruction and deteriorating of the Treasury Department. This is the guy you're celebrating. The only bad thing is about him, you think that that he's go to retirement and you're crying almost. Now we have to pay other person his wages, and we have to pay his pension too. You know, no wonder he's leaving. Torrance is dead financially. He's gonna go as far as I don't even know, like.
Mayor, the caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Pam Popovich, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
Yes, good evening. I'm calling on items 9H, J, and K. And I'm calling to urge you,
Thank you. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Oh, good. I'm calling on items H, J, and K to urge you to work with the county and accept their offer of ballot drop boxes for Torrance. I've voted by mail for a number of years, and I've never worried about my ballot being delivered on time until this year. With the USPS being impacted by COVID and an increasing number of reports of delayed mail deliveries, I would prefer, for personal security reasons, to avoid dropping my ballot at a polling place whose locations are unknown at this time, and I'd rather deposit the envelope in a secure ballot drop box. So please consider allowing these to be placed around Torrance and to help us all be able to vote easily and securely. Thank you so much for your consideration. Good night.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. David Epperly, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
Yes, 9J, 9K, and 7.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. So I don't think we should accept the vote by mail boxes. I think they're going to be an eyesore, and they're going to sit for a long time, and they provide really a false sense of security. They don't actually provide any significant security in terms of end-to-end vote registration, and that's really the direction that we need to go. I have used absentee ballots and by mail, and you can mail them 2 weeks ahead of time, and I have and as long as they're post-dated by the date of the election, then they are counted even if they arrive a few days later. So I think it's perfectly fine to use the existing systems that we have, which are absentee ballots, and just using the Postal Service as we have in the past. But also I'd like to talk about using or moving and using the funding that is associated with those mailboxes to create an end-to-end audible voting system or a verifiable voting system. You can find this topic in Wikipedia, and just a quick excerpt: end-to-end audible or end-to-end voter verifiable, otherwise known as E2E systems, are voting systems with stringent integrity properties and strong tamper resistance. PDE systems employ cryptographic methods to craft receipts that allow voters to verify that their votes were counted as cast without revealing which candidates were voted for, and as such, these systems sometimes refer to as a receipt-based system. So look at that on Wikipedia, verifiable voting systems. And also with regards to oral comment, I think the best way to halt crime going forward is the best way to stop police brutality is to actually halt crime and diminish crime. I think that the City of Torrance should work with the school systems to have a mandatory 1 hour with students and PTA parents discussion every school year with parents and educate them on issues about not stealing cars, about not being involved in gangs, and all kinds of things that lead to them being on the wrong end of the law and getting into an altercation with a police officer who is trying to protect all of us from theft, from there's a 911 call that was associated with this.
Mayor, the caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Cliff Newmark, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
9J and 9K.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes start now.
Hello, council members and mayor. My name is Cliff Newmark. I'm a former member of the Torrance City Council, and I would like to urge you to support the vote-by-mail proposals in items number 1 or number 2 in 9K. I want to thank you so much for your support for the Torrance residents, for all you do. But voting is a fundamental precept of our democracy. John Jay, one of our founders, said Americans are the first people where heaven has favored with an opportunity of determining upon and choosing that form of government under which they should live. This access, allowing more access to people to vote, is fundamental as a fundamental precept of how we live and how we conduct our democracy. And I strongly urge you to move forward with the county's proposal. Thank you for your service.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Emily A., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
Just a general comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Thank you. I'm just calling in to state my support for the Torrance Police Department. I'm sorry you have to hear so many negative things. I think they've done a wonderful job over the years. I've been a resident for over 40 years, and they would be the first people I'd call if I had any issues. So that is my purpose for calling. So thank you. Bye-bye.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Michelle B., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
I'd like to comment on public comment and 9J.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes starts now.
So I want to be in solidarity with Black Lives Matter Los Angeles and their demands to fire and prosecute Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon. You also need to establish a civilian oversight commission, and it's ridiculous that you haven't already. You can look at Pasadena, you can look at LA Sheriff's Department. They have their own civilian oversight commissions. So how is this a crazy idea? Moving on from that, what has the homelessness task force been doing? I'm not even sure if they're even doing anything other than the city's contracted with hand washing stations. That's about it. I don't see any as city council members asking what they need, and building that relationship. And Matucci harasses them in Facebook posts, which is insane to me. How do you just harass people online that don't have anything? They don't have much. Those are the people that you should be helping, but you're still harassing them. You look like Wario, Matucci. You're the least respected council member. You exist only to serve the interests of the white middle-class racists. And you know what? I can do a critique right now about all of you. Chen and Kalani, y'all ain't shit. I don't know what you do. I don't know who you are, but y'all just sit there. Ashcraft, this isn't the 50s. Get a different haircut. you look spineless. You're just spineless, and you let conservatives push you around. You should be pushing for housing development and encouraging more public participation in these city council meetings. Goodrich, you're on thin ice. Like, you're just on thin ice, man. All right, those are my minutes. I'm just gonna log off right now.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Maggie G., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
General comment in 9J.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes start now.
I'm calling in solidarity with Black Lives Matter and the family of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, asking for the firing and prosecution of Concannon and Chavez, and for the demanding of a civilian oversight commission. I also demand for the installation of ballot boxes in Torrance, as well as addressing the current homeless situation without just pushing it aside and ignoring the problem and actually helping people. I also want to know how many people need to call, email, and protest for the prosecution of Concannon and Chavez. How many people do you need to hear that information from before you actually do something? There's so many people contacting you, and you guys are clearly ignoring it. I yield my time.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Ann T., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
Yes, general comment 9J and 9K.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes start now.
First of all, on behalf of law-abiding citizens of Torrance, I truly want to thank the Torrance City Council and also the Torrance Chamber of Commerce for the lovely and beautiful celebration that Torrance does every year for Black History in February. It is a wonderful presentation, and I have been so blessed by the many speakers and to see how our nation has changed over time and how we are growing. I don't believe that Torrance is a racist city. I don't believe we're systematic in racism. I do believe that what happened with Christopher DeAndre Mitchell was a very tragic and stressful situation. And I do agree with the previous caller that our best way of saving crime and stopping crime is to have it so that we're teaching in the schools that we don't steal cars and we don't have firearms in the car with us, that we don't set ourselves up to be suspicious or people to do suspicious behavior. I also want to say that I agree with the previous caller as well, that the safety of this election is very important. This is a very critical election, and I don't believe that drop-off boxes are what we need. Most of us are going shopping. Most of us are using masks to take care of things. I believe we need to secure our votes by identity, having it so that we're not stolen. Our votes are not stolen. Thank you so much.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Brian, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on? Brian, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on? Brian, are you there?
Yes.
Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
Oral comment and item 9J.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes start now.
As a Torrance resident, I don't want my tax dollars going towards the paycheck. The Torrance city budget is in crisis due to COVID-19. I have an easy way for you to save $400,000 for the city payroll. Pilot officers Kathy Concannon and Ethan Chavez in almost 2 years since Christopher DeAndre Mitchell was killed. The city of Torrance employs killers, and it's time to take them out of the community. Torrance
racism, welcome for killer cops. City Council, it's time to bring justice to the families of Christopher Mitchell, install Civilian Oversight Commission, require and prosecute Officers Chavez and Concannon. We also need vote-by-mail drop boxes in Torrance. This November's election will be the most contentious election I've ever seen, and it's time for us to come together and make voting accessible and easy for people, all people in Torrance. This voter suppression, this taking away of ballot boxes that almost every other city in LA County has, is plainly a way for you to take away Torrance citizens' votes. These are our rights, and it's our rights as American citizens to vote in each and every election. I yield my time.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Sarah F., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
General public comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
You already know the deal. Create a civilian oversight, fire Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon. On top of that, voter ballot drop boxes, we need them now more than ever, considering we're in the middle of a fucking pandemic. So please, please consider putting those in, because it is a fundamental human right that everyone votes. And by you not putting that in, that's voter suppression, and you can't do that. That's not okay, and that's really fucked up. So please just put those ballot boxes in. Everyone can benefit from them in the city of Torrance. On top of that, Machuchi, the things you say about homeless people disgust me. Just the fact that you continuously harass them. Are you a child? No, you're a grown man, so stop acting like a child, stop harassing them, and start helping them. Otherwise, get off city council. I yield the rest of my time.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Jillian, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
I'm calling for oral communications in 9J.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes start now.
First and foremost, calling for justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Full stop. How can you not listen to his mother's words and not want to move every mountain possible? Secondly, I'm calling to demand ballot boxes. I am a graduate of South High, a former Torrance Youth Council chairperson, and a current Torrance resident who is appalled at voter suppression happening before my eyes. We are watching, we are engaged, and we are mobilized. Third, you need to support unhoused folks in Torrance. In the past 2 weekends, volunteers have raised hundreds of dollars to provide direct service support to unhoused people, try and beat the heat. Why are we doing your jobs? Why are we doing your jobs?
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Sandy A., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
Yes, 9J and public comment. I agree with the earlier.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes start now.
I'm sorry. Thank you. I agree with the previous caller about the drop-off boxes. I don't believe we need them. I really do believe that something's going to happen and they're going to get vandalized. Anybody who wants to vote can request an absentee ballot, and on the ballot is your polling place where you can walk it over there and deposit it at the polling place, and that's about the best way you can ensure that your vote's going to be counted. And by not installing these boxes is not voter suppression. That's all a bunch of bull honky. Anyways, all these people that are calling, if you go to the store, if you go for a bike ride, you're doing the same thing. You're not exposing yourself to COVID, so, you're doing the same thing. So you can, if you care about your vote, then go take your ballot and drop it off at a polling place. Now, about the public comment, first I want to say thank you to the Torrance PD for all they do. We really do value you, and many of us Torrance supposed racists do. I don't believe that Torrance is a racist city, and I'm sorry they keep invoking Cheryl Lynn, so I'm going to invoke her too. And the truth is hard to hear. The time that she should have cared about her son was the 5 years prior to the time he got pulled over, or till the time that they came up upon that car. If that kid had not been in that car, they would have never been in contact with the Torrance Police Department. It's hard to hear, Cheryl Lynn, but you're not going to win a lawsuit. You're not going to win lots of money. Black Lives Matter, you're not going to get a share of her reward. And we all know it. And the day is coming where that little organization is going to come.
Mayor, the caller was disconnected because their time was up, and there's only 3 minutes left in the 60-minute comment.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else on the call line?
Yes, we have 4 more callers.
Well, we have time for 2.
Thank you, Mayor. Richard W., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
General comments.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, I would like to express my support for the Torrance Police Department, and I would like to see justice for the officers who are being slandered continually by this BLM group. I also think that the voter boxes were remote box drop-offs. I think it's increase the chance of fraud. I don't see anything wrong with the way that they've done it for years, where they have the ballot where you can mail it in or just walk in and drop it up at a box outside where the polling place is. I think it's ridiculous, and I think this is just another push by the left to try to muddy the waters for voting. And last, I don't like being called a racist because I disagree with you. I'm not a racist. I haven't been a racist, and I resent you accusing me of being a racist. That's all.
Mayor, the caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the last caller for the night. Stacy B., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
Public comment. I'm calling to demand...
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I'm calling to demand the officers who murdered Christopher DeAndre Mitchell be fired. Given the racial makeup of this board, perhaps you can't fathom the pain of black people whose loved ones have been stolen by murderous police. But frankly, I don't need your understanding. I need you to do your job. Every day, these officers retain their jobs. You are condoning and validating extrajudicial killings. Your job is to serve the public and protect public safety. The best way to do that is to immediately remove these officers from the streets so they can't kill anyone else and invest in the community. I yield my time.
Thank you to all the callers who have called in. That concludes our time for public comment tonight. We move on to the consent calendar, item 8. Do any council members wish to pull any of the items off of the consent calendar for discussion? Councilmember Griffith has his hand up.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to pull 8C and 8I, and also just to comment on 8B that I appreciate staff going out to rebid the light project.
Councilwoman Ashcraft?
8H.
Anyone else? I see none. I'll take a motion to approve the remainder of the consent calendar. Councilwoman Kalani.
Motion to approve consent calendar 8A, 8B, 8C, 8E,
8F, and 8G.
Councilmember Chen.
Councilman Chen will second that.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Now we go to 8C as in Charles from Public Works. Councilmember Griffith.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'm really pleased to see that this item is finally moving forward. I made an oral 2 years ago to start moving this project forward. PCH and Crenshaw is probably notoriously one of the worst intersections that we have in our city. And so I'm really glad to see that we're finally going to start making some progress to remedy that situation. And so I want to thank staff for their efforts to make that happen, and hopefully we'll keep it moving along. I appreciate their update with the timelines on, unfortunately, how slow this project will move, but I guess good projects take a long time. And an example of that, obviously, would be the PCH and Hawthorne intersection improvements. And just to update the public, that project is about to get bidded, and we'll be starting here hopefully very soon. All the hurdles that we've had with Caltrans, is my understanding, have been cleared. So we're finally getting one bad intersection taken care of, and now I'm glad to see that this other one is moving forward. I really have no objection, obviously, to this. I want to obviously see it move forward as fast as possible, and I want to thank staff for making that happen.
Thank you. Are there any other comments about 8C as in Charlie? If not, I'll take a second. Take a motion first. I take it your motion,
sure,
Mr. Griffith?
Yes, I'll move to concur with the staff recommendation on 8C.
Councilwoman Kalani.
I'll second that. Thank you.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Okay. We're going down in alphabetical, so we come to 8H as in Harry. Councilwoman Ashcraft.
Thank you. This is a recommendation, Community Services, on our Torrance Theater Company to do a fee offset, and they showed us the annual budget. I had questions regarding the previous 2 years of their operations, and I received it. So I'd like to thank Eve Rappaport and John Jones in the department, along with Carrie Jordahl, for writing the letter and having such a successful program. Thank you very much, and I look forward to more performances of the Torrance Theater Company, and I move for approval of this item.
Thank you.
Before we move on, I wanted to mention that this, I believe, is one of the greatest portions of our community services that we have, providing entertainment, providing the arts. Not many cities are able to do that, and I'm very proud that we've been able to do that with the Torrance Theater Company. We should also mention that they made a very, very material donation to the city earlier this year because of the monies that they have raised from the Friends of the Theater Company. So it's a real partnership in the community, and the entertainment value is well worth it, specifically in times like we're suffering now. Do we have a second? Councilwoman Kalani?
Well, just a quick comment. I also want to thank the staff and the Friends of the Torrance Theater Company just for thinking outside the box and continuing to look at ways to bring these kind of programs to our community, especially now. I think they're needed more than ever. So with that, I will second that.
Thank you.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Now we move on to 8I as in Isaac from Finance, and this is again Councilmember Griffin.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I don't mean to keep picking at a scab, but this issue of our treasurer appearing not to participate in matters which is my understanding her responsibility is very concerning to me. Again, there's no signatures on this report from the mayor or from the city treasurer, excuse me. The city treasurer asked that the assistant or the deputy treasurer sign these for her, and under normal circumstances, I might agree with that, but she had plenty of time to come in and sign these reports. I'm really concerned by the fact that she's using her personal email for conducting city business, and then she uses the comment that she's having internet problems as her reasoning and justification for why she can't sign these reports. And she's paid a very nice car allowance to be able to drive and come and take care of business. And I just feel like there's a problem here. And obviously, we as a council can't do anything about it, but I wanted to share my thoughts and feelings about it. I don't think it's right. The report is fine.
Thank you. Any other comments from the council? I see none. Was that a motion, Councilmember Griffith?
Yeah, I'll move to accept and file the investment report for July.
Thank you. Councilmember Chen?
Councilman Chen will second that.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich? Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Thank you. Member Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Now moving on to item 9, administrative matters. 9A is from the city manager to provide COVID-19 recovery updates and discuss and consider options for responding to orders from the County of Los Angeles and the State of California regarding COVID-19. From staff.
Yes, Your Honor. This is Leroy Jackson. Staff is returning to the council to provide you with an update on COVID-19 recovery efforts and allow the council to discuss and consider taking whatever actions deemed appropriate for responding to orders of the County of Los Angeles and the State of California regarding COVID-19. LA County still remains in Tier 1, meaning that there continues to be widespread transmission of the virus in the county. The number of daily hospitalizations continues, however, to be declining. There are 775 confirmed cases currently hospitalized, and 35% of these people are confirmed cases in the ICU. This number was over 1,000 just a couple of weeks ago and has dropped down similar to the numbers seen in April. The decreasing number of daily hospitalizations is an important indicator because it is an accurate representation of how many people are currently seriously ill from the virus. LA County Health has allowed hair salons, barbershops to open indoors at 25% capacity. Staff continue to reach out to Torrance businesses and share the latest guidelines posted on the City Business Resource website, which is www.cityoftorrancepa.com/reopening. Currently, 94 businesses have been approved for outdoor operations. 11 businesses have secured financial assistance for outdoor setup from the council, approved COVID-19 business assistance program. Total expenditures to date for this assistance is $41,789.46. Additionally, there are 6 fitness-related businesses that have been permitted to operate in city parks, 3 at El Prado, 1 at Wilson, and 2 at Largo Seco. There is another group that is in the planning stages and will likely have a permit within the next 2 weeks. However, air quality has become a problem for all outside activities and has affected some of our operations, which were allowed to be open by COVID-19 guidelines, but they had to be restricted because of these air quality situations. As staff continues to evaluate the downtown outdoor dining pilot project, street closures are suspended due to permitted parklets in the streets being affected, created for various restaurants. Staffs are also looking at how the outdoor dining concept may be facilitated long-term while still allowing for adequate parking. Multiple departments are also reviewing the reconfiguration of the monthly antique street fair in the downtown area so as to avoid impacting the restaurants, which have expanded out into the streets. Restaurants and other businesses interested in pursuing extended outdoor dining or business operations are encouraged to contact our Office of Economic Development. Permitting and some equipment costs can be covered. Staff continue to reach out to the Torrance businesses and share the latest guidelines posted on the city's business resource website at cityoftorranceca.com/reopening. Questions can be directed to the Office of Economic Development either via email at economicdevelopment@torrance.ca.gov or by phone at 310-618-5807. City of Torrance continues to monitor all federal, state, county guidelines and share information with our community. The public is reminded to wear masks, coverings at all times when in the public, and to follow social distancing protocols. Our fire chief, EOC director, and I are available for any questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. And I wanted to mention the efforts that we've been taking as a council. Specifically, I've been meeting with our local mayors in the vicinity, most definitely all of the ones along the beach and up on the hill as well. And we've come together with a joint letter that we have put together to Governor Newsom, and specifically we're asking him for consideration by the state of California to permit the cities in the South Bay region of Los Angeles County to open businesses consistent with the red tier for COVID-19. And that is a lower tier than we're at now. We set forth the reasons for it, and I believe that they're very valid reasons. Hopefully the governor will look at the letter. What I'm looking for tonight is approval from my colleagues to send out the letter, and hopefully we will get some response back from the governor in a positive vote. So do I have that permission from my colleague? I see yeses and nods, so we will do that. Now we move on to, are there any questions from staff or questions to staff? I see none. Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I know we're sending out a letter to the governor. I was wondering if we can have similar efforts to send out a letter again to the county. I really do. I mean, personally, I feel like we need to take a little bit of a stronger stance. I know I mentioned this before, and we talked about this and also in closed session, that, you know, I really do think that we may have to go down the road of litigation with against the county and possibly even the state. You know, I know I feel like I'm beating a dead horse here, but unfortunately, the issue is alive and well. We're 6 months into this, and Dr. Ferrer, head of LA County Health Services, which is, you know, the one that actually is making life a little bit more difficult in the actual state itself. You know, it's really easy for an individual that makes about $40,000 a month to dictate what businesses can survive and what businesses can close or have to close. I really do feel that this is government really overreaching its boundaries, and in a way, it's systematically executing small businesses into and pushing them into closure. I think Councilwoman Kalani mentioned of somebody that she knows that after many, many years, they've decided to close right here in Torrance. And I know of at least a dozen businesses that have closed, that I know them personally, and I'm certain once January comes along that business license renewals have to get mailed out. We're going to see hundreds of Torrance businesses shut down. And what are we doing? We are sitting on our hands. Both the city council staff, our city attorney, I'm sorry to say this, but I really do feel that we've become complicit in these businesses shutting down because we are doing absolutely nothing. These letters are not strong enough. There's really no repercussions to the governor even reading it, even if he does read it. So what happens if he says no? You know, what happens if the governor says, nope, we're going to keep doing what we're doing best because I still get a paycheck. Screw everybody else. So I really do think that if we don't take a strong stance against this, we're done. We're done. We're going to be millions and millions of dollars in the hole for many years to come. So there's no more streets to lease out to cover the hole. There's no more, really, what are we going to start selling off? I mean, seriously, to start paying bills. The county and the state are destroying our country, our state, and they're destroying our businesses in Torrance. We rely, a huge amount of our budget is from businesses. So if we're not willing to stand up to the county and the state and protect our business owners, then what are we doing? We're shooting ourselves in the foot. And I'm really sorry to say this, that I'm actually rather disappointed that we have not yet taken a strong stance against the county for making decisions that are destructive to our economy. And yes, the pandemic is real, but the numbers in Torrance, and as we mentioned earlier, in the South Bay, do not warrant a shutdown. And you can tell when people are making decisions for our businesses, you can tell the ones that have never, ever run a business in their life. They're the people that have always signed the back of the check. And what I'm saying, that they've always been employees, and they don't have any experience, because when you tell a hair salon that they can only operate at 25%, so imagine if they have 10 hairstylists, that means 25%, you can't use 2.5 chairs. That means you have to use basically 2 chairs, okay? So out of those 2 chairs, you're going to put on rotation 10 hairdressers. Doesn't work that way. It just, you can't pay 100% of the bills with 25% of the income, okay? These are decisions that are being made by people that have no clue about business. And unfortunately, as Torrance, as a city, we rely a lot on businesses. So we either take a strong stance. So I don't know what to tell you guys. If I'm going to be here for another couple of years, we're going to be making decisions on cutting back millions of dollars, and that's going to include our employees, people that work for the city of Torrance. We can only put so many patches on this before we have to start cutting people. Do we want to be that team that has to start cutting people? We're leasing our streets to bring down the almost $500 million in unfunded liabilities, and we're jerking around with a county that is absolutely destroying us. Please, guys, let's take a stronger stance. Forget these letters. It's 6 months that we've been writing letters. I wrote letters. I called. You call the county. You call our representatives and Janice Hahn. We meet with her. We meet with this. We do this. We do that. We encourage people to write letters until they get a notice that we're going to actually sue the county for destroying us and going above overstepping their boundaries. This is government at its worst. This is government at its worst. I know many families that are losing their homes right now because they've lost their jobs they lost their businesses, they lost hope, and there's millions across America that are doing the same thing. So what are we doing as Torrance? Are we going to fight back, or are we just going to sit on our hands like we've been for the last 6 months? Okay, we've played the game 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month, month and a half, 2 months. We're 6 months into it, guys. Please, I urge you. We don't have to do it tonight. We don't have to do it next week. But please, let's come together as a council and truly represent the people of Torrance, because it's not just the businesses. It's the families that feed off these businesses. It's the employees and their families and the landlords, the people that have to get paid rent. How are they going to pay rent if they don't have a job? They don't have a business anymore. Please, guys, please, I urge you to please, let's figure this out, and let's move forward with something stronger than just a letter. So, again, please, I urge you. Thank you, Mayor.
We hear a diatribe every week from you. I don't know what you've done this week to pass on all your efforts other than social media, and apparently you've been meeting with people that I've not heard anything. I've not seen any of your letters, but you know, there's 148,000 or so people who live in our community too.
You know, Mayor, attacking me like that is not going to do us any good right now. Mayor, attacking me like that doesn't hurt him, okay? You know, that is not the way to act right now, okay? My social media has nothing to do with anything. Okay, you keep on mentioning my social media.
Are you through yelling? I have the floor.
Knock it off, Mayor. Knock it off,
I listen to you.
I'm sick and tired of your attacks like that, okay?
I'm calling a recess of this meeting right now.
Call for a recess.
I just did. We're recessing this meeting. We'll be back soon. Okay, we're back from recess. I want to apologize to everybody. We had a disruption amongst us up here on the dais, and I think we'll resolve that for the rest of the evening. So we're moving on. We're on item 9A, and what I wanted to point out is that this is a tremendous undertaking by government, local, regional, statewide, and the federal government. We're talking about a pandemic which is causing horrific sicknesses and death. Almost 200,000 Americans have died. 67 Torranceans have passed away due to COVID-19. Meantime, our businesses have suffered terribly, and we've lost a number of businesses for sure. I think the projection at the very beginning of the pandemic, when they did the shutdown, was that we were going to lose 25%, perhaps even as high as 50% of our businesses. We're all trying our best to keep our businesses going and maintain the health of our community. That's why we tell everybody to wear a mask, keep your social distancing, practice good hygiene, and not gather in groups. They've shown that this is the way to do it. As I mentioned earlier, we have prepared a letter from over the signature of all of the South Bay mayors, the Beach City mayors, as well as the Hill mayors, to the governor asking for some assistance with regard to the COVID-19 situation and the ratings that we have from the state government. Hopefully, we'll find fruition from that. In the meantime, also, Supervisor Hahn today had the Board of Supervisors approve a $10 million grant program for breweries, which is one of the things that are very impacted in our community. We have 13 breweries that had to basically close down by only doing off-site. And so Supervisor Hahn is working on their behalf as well as the other businesses that are. So there's a lot of work that's done. It's not just done on Tuesday night. It's done Monday through Friday, and it's sometimes done on the weekends to try and balance this tremendous balance we have in public health crisis as well as an economic crisis. It's not an easy fix. If it was, it would have been done 3 months ago. And we saw what happened 3 months ago. That's why we're doing what we're doing now. Hopefully, the numbers after the Labor Day weekend will bear out the way that it was projected to be. And if it is, then it's looking for the end of this month. Things will be opening more than are closed, and hopefully we'll move to the next level. In the interim, we're doing everything we can to get us to that next level. Does anybody else on the council have anything on item 9A? Seeing none, I'll take a motion to accept and file. Councilwoman Kalani.
Motion to accept and file the COVID-19 recovery update.
Councilmember Goodrich.
Second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're moving on to item 9B. Also from the City Manager's Office to adopt a resolution appointing City Manager and resolution setting forth the hours, wages, and working conditions for the City Manager. From staff.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good evening, Viet Huang, City Manager's Office. As you already know, City Manager Leroy Jackson announced his retirement effective September 30th, 2020. On August 4th, your honorable body approved the appointment of Torrance Assistant City Manager Aram Chaparian as the interim city manager. Subsequently, on August 25th, City Council appointed Mr. Chaparian as the permanent city manager. The appointment is effective October 1st and shall terminate at the pleasure of City Council. The City Manager recommends that City Council adopt two resolutions this evening. The first resolution appoints Aram Chaparian as City Manager of the City of Torrance effective October 1st, 2020, establishes his monthly salary at the rate of $23,617, and establishes his benefits as set forth in the resolution governing employment compensation for the city manager. This first resolution also repeals Resolution 2020-87, which appointed Mr. Chaparian as the interim city manager. The second resolution the city manager recommends your honorable body adopt sets forth the hours, wages, and working conditions for the city manager and repeals Resolution 2019-90, and staff is available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the council? Councilmember Griffith.
Not a question, but just a statement on the process. I want to take a moment to share my thinking about this significant appointment. We as a city council are tasked with hiring only two people in the whole city, two critically important positions, the city manager and the city attorney. We are privileged to be the only Torrance council in 37 years to ever have to hire a city manager. It is probably one of the most important decisions we as a council can make because its impacts are so reaching on a daily basis and likely for many years to come. Aram Chaparian is a tremendous asset to the city and has done a great job as our assistant city manager. I know he will do well. However, I'm voting no on this appointment, not because I don't think Aram is a well-qualified candidate for this position, and in fact, I voted for him to be our interim city manager. However, I think it was a significant mistake not to take the time to interview even one other candidate for the permanent position of city manager. Who knows what we may have found? We will never know. And yes, very likely Aram would have risen to the top of all candidates, and I would have gladly voted for him if that was the case. And even if we didn't find any other candidates better than Aram, at least we could say with confidence that we are hiring the best. If your selection is only from one choice, how do you know you have the best? Additionally, the process of going out to seek out a city manager would have been a process in which we as a council with 3 members who have served 2 years or less, would better understand what is important to us by going through the task of identifying what we want from a city manager. We could learn from the other candidates we interviewed about ideas that we might not have ever thought about regarding managing a city. We missed out on a great opportunity. I've had the chance to discuss my feelings on this with Mr. Chaparian, and he understands where I'm coming from and knows that it is not a personal vote against him, but rather a vote against the fact that we missed this once-in-a-37-year opportunity that we didn't take by doing a proper search. Even if the result had been the same, which I would have been happy with, it is not really much of a compliment to say you are the best when you were the only one considered. I would rather have told Aram, you are the best in the whole country for Torrance, and I can't say that with honesty. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councilmember Goodrich?
I have some similar feelings. I think we could have followed a process better than what we did, and unfortunately, I feel like we let the residents of the city down more than anybody here, and I would have liked to have seen a better process. But I will be voting yes tonight for Aram because I believe in him, and he has a track record, and I think he's going to do a great job for our city.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilwoman Kalani?
Thank you. And I, too, also concur that I believe we would have found that Aram was a wonderful choice for city management. He brings so much to the table, and I know and I am confident that he's going to do a great job, but I would have also liked to have told him that you were, in fact, the best there was. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. Since some of my colleagues voiced their opinions, I feel I just want to share that our philosophy are different in how we make selection process, and it's just like each one of us have a different method of process. In some cases, selecting a spouse, and when you know you got the right person, you look no further. And I knew very early on that Aram Chaparian was the right person for the job, and I look forward to continue working with him many years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Ashcraft.
Thanks. Can't let the time pass by. I have to make a comment. Originally, I felt that the right thing to do was to go out and search because of the length of years that the city has had Mr. Jackson and the wonderful city manager that he's been. But as time went on, as we spoke to the search firms, and one at least was very adamant about saying, I hope you're not just going out to search because you feel you want to prove something, because you've got a man sitting in there that really is probably a stellar choice. And I thought about it, and looking at Aram's resume, speaking with Aram, having worked with Aram for the whole time I've been on council, I changed my mind. And so I will be voting for Aram tonight without any reservations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Anybody else? I want to chime in as well. Like my colleagues, I think at the beginning I thought that we were going to be doing a search for a city manager, but like many of my colleagues, I looked close at hand and saw what a great asset we had within our city manager's office, knowing that Aram Shafarian can do the job from day one. He has a significant history with our city. He's worked in just about every department within our city. And it was kind of telling when we listened to recruiters who talked to us. And, you know, as Councilwoman Ashcraft said, one of them basically said, you know, what are you looking for? You got the very best right there. He's a great candidate. And we had some internal thinking about it, and I agreed. I know Aram Shafarian has knowledge, skill, ability, and experience to continue the legacy of Mr. Jackson and to improve that legacy into the future. And I certainly look forward to spending the next couple of years with he as the city manager. And I'm proud to say that I am supporting him. So I guess we should split this up and do, I'll take a number and title on the resolution appointing Aram Shafarian as city manager.
Yes, Your Honor. This is resolution number 2020-96, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, appointing Aram Shafarian as city manager of the City of Torrance.
I'll take a motion to concur with staff recommendation and adopt that resolution. Councilwoman Kalani. You're muted.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Motion to concur with staff recommendation and adopt resolution number 2020-96.
Councilmember Chen.
Councilman Chen will second that.
Thank you.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
No.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Griffiths voting no.
Thank you. Now, with regard to the resolution setting forth the hours, wages, and working conditions for the city manager, is there any discussion? I see none, so I'll take a motion to, I need to read that number and title for us, please.
Yes, Your Honor. This is resolution number 2020-97, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, setting forth the hours, wages, and working conditions for the city manager effective October 1, 2020, and repealing resolution number 2019-90.
Thank you. Again, I'll take a motion to concur with approval of the resolution. Councilmember Chen.
Councilman Chen, move to concur with city manager recommendation and adopt resolution 2020-97.
Councilwoman Ashcraft?
I second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you very much. Congratulations one more time to Mr. Shaparian. We're now moving on to item 9C as in Charlie, from Public Works to adopt a resolution to enter into an agreement with the State of California for the I-405 freeway and repeal existing resolution expenditures. None from staff, Public Works.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the Council. Beth Overstreet from Public Works. Item 9C is related to the I-405 at 182nd Street and Crenshaw Boulevard operational improvements, T-155. The City and Caltrans have been working closely together on this project to mitigate congestion, enhance traffic flow, and improve safety through the intersection. The existing freeway agreements between the City and Caltrans have not been updated since 1970. So now a resolution is needed in order to enter into a new freeway agreement that will take into account the proposed modifications associated with the project. So this includes the construction of new freeway on-ramps that will connect to both the northbound and southbound I-405. In addition to the freeway improvements, the agreement will also provide for the widening of the intersection of 182nd Street and Crenshaw Boulevard. This will increase the overall number of westbound lanes. It will provide for 2 dedicated left turn lanes onto southbound Crenshaw Boulevard, 2 dedicated through lanes, and 1 dedicated right turn lane onto northbound Crenshaw Boulevard. Caltrans is the lead for the project and anticipates advertising the project for bid in November of this year. And I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Overstreet. Are there any questions from the Council? I see none, so I'll take a number and title, please.
Yes, Your Honor. This is Resolution Number 2020-98, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, authorizing and directing the Mayor and City Clerk to execute and attest that certain freeway agreement, which supersedes freeway agreements dated October 30, 1962 and October 30, 1970, in their entirety between the State of California and the City of Torrance.
I'll take a motion to concur and adopt the resolution. Councilmember Griffiths.
I move to concur with item 9C and adopt resolution 2020-98.
Councilmember Chen.
Councilman Chen will second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Now we're moving on to item 9D as in David, from the City Attorney and the City Manager to review and determine the need to extend the local emergency related to COVID-19. From staff.
Yes, Your Honor. Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney. As you said, this is an item to have Council review the state of local emergency that's been declared due to COVID-19. The City Manager proclaimed the emergency on March 12th, and it was ratified by the Council on March 16th. The Government Code requires that the Council review the state of emergency every 60 days. In this case, the State of California has suspended that provision, but we bring the item back just so the Council can review it. I would point out that this does not affect any of the orders by the State of California or the County of Los Angeles. This is just to our local state of emergency. It allows us to respond to any needs that we have. It allows us to apply for both state and federal funding and to seek reimbursement for our expenditures related to the COVID-19 emergency. I'm available for any questions that you may have.
Thank you for explaining that. I was going to ask if that had anything to do with reimbursement of funding. I think that's kind of important for us because we're still doing a number of issues that are directly related to COVID-19, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Are there any questions from the council? I see none, so I'll take a motion to look at what kind of motion I need for this. I need a number and title. Do we have a number and title?
Yes, Your Honor. This is resolution number 2020-99, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, ratifying and extending the existence of a local emergency regarding COVID-19 in the City of Torrance.
Now we need a motion to adopt the resolution. Councilmember Chen.
Councilman Chen moves to adopt resolution 2020-99.
Councilmember Goodrich seconds.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We are now moving on to item 9E as in Edward, also from the City Manager's Office to approve insurance agreement and rates for life, accidental death, and dismemberment, short-term disability, long-term disability insurance, and dental insurance. Expenditure is not to exceed $3.5 million from the general fund and non-general fund, approximately $1.761718 annually. From City Manager's Office.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. Viet Huang again, City Manager's Office for Human Resources. This is a recommendation of the City Manager that City Council approve the renewal of Lincoln Financial Group of Fort Wayne, Indiana, to provide term life, accidental death and dismemberment, short-term disability, and long-term disability insurance to eligible employees for the time period of January 1st, 2021 to December 31st, 2022 for an annual expenditure of approximately $721,432. This is also a recommendation that City Council approve the renewal of Delta Dental as the preferred provider organization and the dental health maintenance organization for dental coverage for eligible employees for the time period of January 1st, 2021 to December 31st, 2022 for an annual expenditure of approximately $1,761,718. General funds and non-general funds are available in the operating budget of each department and are expected to be available in future fiscal years. In March of this year, Human Resources staff worked with the city's benefit broker, USI, to obtain proposals for term life, accidental death and dismemberment, short-term disability, and long-term disability, of which 3 carriers provided competitive responses. The 3 carriers were Lincoln Financial Group, which is the city's current carrier, Prudential, and Standard. USI also obtained proposals for dental insurance, of which 3 carriers provided competitive responses: Delta Dental, the city's current carrier, Cigna, and MetLife. In reviewing the responses, Human Resources staff considered the competitiveness of the rates, comparability of benefits, and the experience in working with public agencies. Staff also considered the customer experience reported by employees and Human Resources staff. And specific to the recommendation for dental coverage, staff also reviewed the network of available dentists to reduce disruption of service to our employees. To clarify this item, benefit coverage for eligible employees is recommended to remain the same for this renewal period as it currently stands now. The renewal of Lincoln Financial Group does represent an increase of 4.9% over the current cost rate, and the renewal of Delta Dental does represent a decrease of 9.6% over the current cost rate. So the overall rate change for the recommended renewal of both Delta Dental and Lincoln Financial Group is a reduction of 3.9%. Should City Council agree with staff's recommendation prior to the expiration of the agreements in December 2022, Human Resources staff will again seek updated proposals and rates through the RFP process. And staff is available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Viet. Are there any questions from the council? I see none. I'll take a motion to concur with the staff recommendation for the insurance agreement. Councilmember Goodrich.
To concur with item 9E.
Councilwoman Ashcraft.
I second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Member Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Suri?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Okay, that takes us to item 9F from the city attorney and the city manager to review and determine the need to extend the local emergency related to civil unrest from staff.
Yes, Your Honor. This is Patrick Sullivan, the city attorney again. This item is related to the state of emergency due to the civil unrest that occurred in late May and early June, and that has been ongoing in cities around the country since that time. This was originally proclaimed by the city manager on May 30th due to civil unrest in LA County, Santa Monica, Hollywood, Beverly Hills, LA, Long Beach. It was kind of everywhere at the time. And then it was then ratified by the city council on June 2nd and then extended by the city council on July 28th. Since that time, at least in the South Bay, there has been very little civil unrest. There have been recent protests due to an officer-involved shooting by the Sheriff's Department at the South LA Sheriff Station. But other than that, there has not been much in this area. If the council would like to extend it, it may do so. I know the police department has, not been on a tactical alert. They are monitoring situations regarding various incidents that have occurred, including the shooting of 2 sheriff's deputies in Compton. But right now, there isn't any immediate threat of civil unrest in Torrance. If there is, and the council decides to terminate this civil unrest, it can always bring back, if there is new civil unrest, a new state of emergency. Like I said, if we were closer to Portland or Rochester or Chicago, this might be more of a concern. But I think at this point, like I said, other than the disputes at the Sheriff's South Station, there isn't much civil unrest in the area of Torrance or the surrounding neighborhoods. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you again. I think you've read my mind because I thought I was correct that we could always bring it back again if the case arises that we need that, and we could just reinstitute a brand new one. So, but there's no pressing need for us to continue this going on currently. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is probably goes to the city attorney. As I read this package, I was actually thinking the other way around. With the unrest that could explode any time, would it be more? I was thinking that it would be more prudent that we extend this, so we're ahead of the game. I don't know if there's a downside for extending this. That's what I'm thinking. I'd rather err on getting ahead of the game, because you never know when an incident will happen, because things almost look like they're settling down. But my preference was extending this.
This is Patrick Sullivan, the city attorney. The state of emergency, the way it's written is obviously the council is supposed to reevaluate the need for continuing the local emergency every 60 days. So like with COVID, we have ongoing work expenses that are directly related to COVID, whether it's getting additional PPE for our employees, the additional plexiglass installations, working with the local community on outdoor dining and getting those things approved and assisting them with those permit applications and their designs, and working on looking at the latest health orders and assisting the council in its latest attempt to have the governor maybe look at some sort of carve-out or exception or waiver for the South Bay. That's obviously an ongoing expense. Right now, there is no real ongoing expense. I don't want to speak for the police chief, but other than probably their monitoring of other situations, we don't really have anything in the immediate area, either in Torrance or in the immediate area surrounding Torrance. The protests that we have had since June have been very calm. We've had some at the corner of Torrance and Madrona that have been very calm and peaceful, and people just exercising their First Amendment rights. We haven't had rioting or looting, or attempted at the very beginning of it. But since June, we've really not had that sort of situation. Obviously there was a couple spikes in the surrounding areas in July that made the council want to extend this, but it really hasn't been. I think the need for it for our ongoing expenses or to have our ability to respond to it is not there. I don't think. Obviously, the council can make their own decision on that. But obviously,
my question.
If there were a decision, like if the council chose to terminate and later there was some incident that led to civil unrest, we would be in the same situation. The city manager can instantly put out the order. The police can go on their tactical alert and respond if that's what they deem necessary to respond to whatever arrest is occurring at that time.
I guess maybe I should maybe clarify when I say, is there a downside? Meaning, if we extended this, is there a cost associated that the PD would be expended for extending this? Because I'm just thinking what happened in Compton, probably it was unexpected. It just happened.
Right. Councilman, this is Leroy Jackson. I don't think there's a downside in continuing it in that sense. It is not necessary as such. We could still have the declaration of an emergency if something new came up. It requires no expenditure other than we will have to return in 60 days or sooner to have you review it and decide whether you wish to continue it or not continue it once again.
Did that answer your question, Councilmember?
Yeah, I was just wondering if Chief Berg had an opinion on this. I don't want to pretend I'm the expert. I was just trying to be risk averse in this particular case because you don't know when something may happen. Just want to make sure that everything's in place, especially if it doesn't cost us.
Chief Berg?
The city Hi, this is Eve Berg, police chief. City manager's right. If there is an emergency that does arise, we can always go into a tactical situation or a tactical alert where we can go 12 on and 12 off. And then if it does rise to the level, if it's a prolonged event and it does rise to the level where we do need to go back into a local emergency, now that we've done it before, we know how to do it, and we can absolutely ensure that we get that going.
Thank you, Chief.
Councilmember Griffith had a question, I believe.
Well, yeah, I think I did, but I think the city attorney probably answered it for me, but he can reconfirm. If I heard him correctly, he said that if we did not extend this now and something came up, the city manager would, at a moment's notice, be able to reenact the local emergency, and the council would not have to be involved in that initial decision, and we would then vote on it at a later time. And so it sounds like we would be covered with the rapid response of the city manager, and I don't see anything there that would put us in jeopardy if what the city attorney said was true.
That's correct, Councilman Griffiths. The city manager would have the same powers as he did with declaring the emergency related to COVID as well as to the civil unrest. He can make a proclamation, and that can go into effect immediately. The police obviously can, respond as they see fit, with or without an emergency declaration, and then the council would have the authority to ratify within 7 days, whatever the city manager did, or reject what the city manager did within 7 days.
Thank you.
Excuse me. and maybe this is for the city manager. Unlike the previous one that we addressed, that state of emergency, does this have any ability to allow us for reimbursement of anything that's gone on? Or is there anything we're actually expending?
Not on actions that we've already taken under the state authorization or the county's authorization. Again, if something came up, we initiated a proclamation again to request for the governor to cover us for those expenditures that might arise in the future.
Of course. Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, I'll take a motion. Councilmember Matucci. You're muted. You're muted.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, so there's no cost with this associated with this, but if we don't and something does happen, we would have to come back and ratify this. And for whatever reason that it happens during a dark, where there's a dark night, we would have to call for a special meeting, if that's my understanding, of course. The suggestion that I would have, since it doesn't really cost us anything, we can extend it tonight, an additional 60 days, 60 days at a time. It'll get us past the election, the general election. If nothing happens between now and then there's really no harm, no foul in that. I think it would be prudent just to have it in place so we, if something does happen, we don't have to come back and ratify it. Is that correct, that we can actually extend it tonight without any cost to the taxpayers?
Yes, you can extend it with no cost. Any actions that would be taken, though, would still have to come back to you within 7 days. You still have, the council's taken a position that emergency actions need to be reviewed by the council within 7 days. So even if we carry this resolution forward, if the city manager issued an order, that order would have to be brought forward to the council for its consideration within 7 days.
Okay, so with or without the extension, that's what
Correct.
I understand. Okay, so I guess it couldn't go either way. Okay. At this point, I guess I'd like to make a motion, if that's possible, to go ahead and not extend it.
Anybody else wish to be heard? Seeing no one, we'll take a motion.
Yeah, that was my motion, Mayor. That was...
Councilwoman Ashcroft.
I think Mr. Matucci just made the motion to not extend it. If that's true, I second that motion.
Correct, Heidi.
Roll call.
Does this concur with the staff recommendation? Okay, roll call now.
So just to clarify, the staff didn't have a recommendation. It was just to have the council consider whether or not to extend. Yeah.
Okay, so we're not going to extend. That was the motion. And a second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
No.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Chen voting no.
Thank you. That takes us to 9G as in George from the city clerk. To approve the actual expenditure for March 3rd, 2020 general election expenditure was $455,721.51 from the city clerk.
Thank you, Your Honor. Rebecca Poirier, City Clerk. It's the recommendation of the City Clerk that the Council approve the actual expenditure for the March 3rd, 2020 general municipal election to be paid out of the fiscal year 2019-2020 budget. Funding was approved by City Council on December 17th, 2019 in the amount of $655.02 based on the estimate of cost provided to the city clerk by the Los Angeles County Registrar Recorder County Clerk. The estimate was much higher than the actual cost, so I'm bringing this back to council for final approval. And I'm available for questions.
Thank you for bringing it back. Councilmember Griffith?
Yes, thank you as well. I'm glad to see that we came in under budget and not had to spend the money that we originally were forecasting to have to spend that was unbudgeted to begin with. I do have a question, though, in looking at the spreadsheet attached for the city clerk, and it's good to hear your voice, by the way. Welcome back. And the first item on the spreadsheet, if I'm reading this correctly, it sounds like that line item and the associated total cost of $308,000 basically represents the cost of the election for just our charter amendments that were put on the ballot. Am I reading that correctly?
Hold on one second, I'm looking at it. Yes,
Rebecca,
I believe that is.
I think we were charged for each and every ballot measure. Since there was 4 ballot measures,
Yes,
each one was charged.
we are charged for each and every one.
Yeah.
So that $308,000, if we had no charter amendments on that ballot, we would not have been charged that $308,000 if I'm reading this right. Which I wish I'd known that ahead of time on our cost of putting charter amendments on the ballot. That's a tremendous amount of money, and I would hope that if we go forward with any future charter amendments, we do it in a more methodical and better planned method, so that we make sure that when we put a charter amendment on the ballot, all the proper work has been done with plenty of time in advance to properly promote and advertise these charter amendments. That was an awful lot of money to spend on charter amendments that did not go. So certainly in support of paying this bill, which is less than what we had predicted, but I'm just a little shocked at the cost of the charter amendment election costs. Thank you.
Anybody else have a question, comment? Seeing none, I'll take a motion to concur with staff recommendation. Councilmember Goodrich.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. And I did want to state that I know it's little consolation here, but one of the charter amendments did pass. It was a very minor one, but we have something to show, at least. With that, I'd like to move to approve the recommendation of the city clerk on item 9G.
Councilmember Chen.
Councilman Chen will second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Member Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Then that brings us to item 9H as in Harry, from the city clerk to accept and file update on vote by mail drop boxes at various city facilities. Expenditure is none, and from the city clerk.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is an informational item for both your honorable body and the public, and it's just a recommendation to accept and file an update on the staffed vote by mail ballot boxes. So the city clerk's office has participated in this program since the county had created it, and basically what it was a black box that was basically a large Rubbermaid type box very sturdy, that had wheels and a handle. And it would sit on our office counter in view of the staff, and at night we would lock it up in our vault. So this past election in March, we also utilized 3 library locations: El Retiro Library, Isabel Henderson Library, and the North Torrance Library. This was pre-COVID, so of course the libraries were open at that time. And the LA County Register Recorder requests various locations based on the number of registered voters in each precinct and the need to have additional vote-by-mail drop boxes. Currently, the county has notified me as of yesterday morning that they will no longer be utilizing the black ballot boxes for staff drop-offs. The only ballot boxes they will be hosting or providing are the large. There's 2 sizes: the large ones that go outside, and then the smaller size that also goes outside. So we will not be utilizing the libraries for staff drop boxes, because the one they're providing the city clerk's office is actually the size of a mailbox, and it will be in the city clerk lobby for members of the public to come and drop their ballots off. The city clerk's office has been open to the public since July. We are wiping down our counters and maintaining social distancing. Our offices is we are using all the PPEs. It's safe to come in and drop your ballots off in our office. So we will continue to participate in the program that way. However, it's unfortunate that our libraries will not also be able to participate in this program. And I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. So the only staff box in our city will be in the clerk's office during the working hours of the clerk. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Thank you. I think Councilmember Chen, then Councilwoman Ashcraft, then Councilmember Griffin.
Thank you, Mayor. This is for the city clerk. And so I think I just heard you say it will be a bigger box in the lobby. Does that mean it's like the bolted one, but it will not be bolted in place in the lobby? I just trying to understand a little bit.
Councilman Chen, you are correct. It will be the smaller version of the ones that that were offered to put outside. The county said they would place it on a rubber mat. Because it's the size of the smaller mailboxes, it will fit in our lobby perfectly, and we are currently only allowing 1 to 2 people in our lobby at a time because our lobby is so small. But we do feel we will be able to accommodate voters who wish to drop their ballot boxes off in our office, as we have in the past.
And then the smaller box, though it's not bolted down, it will be a 1 or 2 person lift.
It will not be bolted down. My staff will not be lifting it. It will remain in place. We do lock our office at night, as well as City Hall is locked. In addition, we are inside City Hall, so we don't have outside doors to the public. They have to come into City Hall and then come into the city clerk's office. So it will be double locked, both in our office and then with City Hall being locked.
Okay, thank you.
And then the county will service it as needed.
So the box will be in the lobby of the clerk's office, not the lobby of City Hall.
That is correct.
Okay. Thanks. Councilwoman Ashcraft?
Thank you. Ms. Poirier, since you got that information so late yesterday, did they also happen to tell you where our voting centers are going to be? And it's my understanding that voting centers will have drop boxes. Do you know, is that going to be inside the voting center or outside? And are they the same kind of drop boxes?
Councilwoman Ashcraft, the vote centers will have drop boxes as well. I do not know if they will be the same type. They will be inside the voting center. So members of the public would have to enter the voting center to drop their ballot off, just as they have done in the past. And the good thing with the vote centers is residents do not have to drop their ballot in Torrance like they had when we had polling locations. They can drop it at any vote center in Los Angeles County. And in response to your question, they have not released the list of vote centers. They are still searching for vote centers. They said they would release the report in 30 days prior to the election.
Okay.
And they did actually send me an email today asking if council was going to consider the 3 locations they had asked for previously, which were the Katie Geiser Meeting Room, the Ken Miller Rec Center, and the George Nakano Theater.
For voting centers that close together?
Yes, those are the locations they were seeking.
Have the schools been asked? I saw an email or somebody asked a question, because those are spread out more in the city for voting.
Yes, City Attorney Patrick Sullivan, I don't know if he would like to chime in here, but he did send an email earlier that apparently the school board had voted to allow some of the schools to be vote centers.
Yes, Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney. Thank you, Rebecca. The school sites that were approved by the Board of Education were Yukon Elementary, which is over on the north end, Hull, which is kind of in the southeast, North High, and then the thing I don't understand, it says West High if necessary. I'm not sure what that means. And then Levy Adult School are also listed.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Griffith.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. For the city clerk, so unlike our last election where we had drop boxes in the libraries, the county is now saying we cannot do that, and the wording you used on the supplemental was due to some sort of security issues. Can you expound on what security issues they're concerned about, and were there any problems, to our knowledge, any of our vote drop boxes in these locations?
Thank you, Councilmember Griffiths. I did forget to mention there was a supplemental, some questions you had submitted. The security concerns were that, and these are issues that have been raised in years past, is that the boxes were on wheels. They could be picked up and pulled with the handle and be removed. Our city has not submitted any complaints or concerns regarding those ballot boxes. Our library staff and the city clerk's office have always been very diligent in keeping boxes within eyesight and locking them up in the evening. However, this past election in March, the county clerk had said they had received a lot of complaints about that, both from the public and from some of the people who hosted the boxes. Again, it was not City of Torrance who complained, so they decided to discontinue those boxes. In addition to security concerns that you've probably seen in the media, where there's been supposed ballots thrown in the trash by the post office. So all those types of security concerns have come up, so they have discontinued those boxes.
Do you have any sense about how heavily used the library ballot boxes were in the past?
This past election was the first time that they utilized them, and it was my understanding that they were utilized about the same as the city clerk's office, which our box would get stuffed within 2 to 3 days. So the county was coming to our office 1 to 2 times a week to empty the box. I think it's just a convenience for the public to go to the libraries, but unfortunately, since they're not using those smaller boxes and our library is not open at this time, we're not able to utilize the libraries, unfortunately.
Well, if I understood the item though correctly, it sounded like staff had worked out a way that they would allow the libraries to be open for these boxes before the county decided to pull the plug. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So we had made accommodations for the library to be open just for the purpose of using the drop box that was within the library, but it was the county that was the one that basically said no to that.
Yes, you are correct.
And so we've been accommodating. It was the county that took that capability away from us. And personally, I really would like to see more ballot boxes in places where the box can be locked and managed and overseen by staff. So that's a huge disappointment to see that we are not able to use those locations. And then also to clarify, there was a statement earlier that the city clerk's box would be the only one in the city, but that's not true. There will be vote, as you, I think, mentioned, Ms. Poye, that there will be vote by mail box for dropping ballots in every vote center in the city, including the ones at the schools that have just recently been approved.
Yes, that is correct. I'm sorry, Ms. Spoke. What I meant was that the whole area vote property.
I can't hear you.
Rebecca, your sound.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, a little bit better. Go ahead.
Okay. I apologize. I meant that the city clerk's office is the only city facility that will have the box. Obviously, all the vote centers, yes, even the school property that are vote centers. Any vote center will have a drop box for vote-by-mail ballots. And I just want to make sure that the public understands we are not allowed to touch the ballots. So the ballot box has to be where the public can walk up and put the ballot in themselves. So I just wanted to make that part clear.
I appreciate that. Yeah, so I just want to make sure, because there's a lot of misinformation going on around these boxes, and so I want to make sure that people do know that in addition to the one that you're proposing at the city clerk's office, there will be boxes in every vote center throughout the city of Torrance that once those locations get finalized and approved, and the schools have already done that.
Yes.
Great, thank you very much.
Anybody else? Seeing none, I'll take a motion to concur with staff recommendations. Accept and file the update. I'll take a motion to accept and file. Councilmember Sen, the motion.
Yes, Mayor. I move to accept the staff recommendation with the modification of the various library locations, which I believe City Clerk said that's not on the table anymore.
Do I have a second?
Could I get clarification on that, please?
Yeah, I believe the way the recommendation is written is the vote by mail drop-off boxes in the city clerk's office and various library locations. But the way I thought the discussion was that the library locations are not on the table anymore, so our motion would be just the city clerk's office.
I believe you're correct. Is that correct, Ms. Poirier?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so that's a modified motion. To accept and file the city clerk's report, basically.
Right.
Yes, it's an accept and file my report. Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Councilmember Griffith?
Yeah. Well, I would like to have seen that motion be modified to be even stronger, to say that we would like to see pushback on the county to have them give us a second opportunity to use our libraries as vote-by-mail centers.
Councilman Griffiths, I did speak to our librarian, Yolande Wilburn, and I inquired if they could host a box similar to ours, because those are the only ones the county is providing, and she stated those would not work with the library at this time as the library is closed, and they would have to be inside the building, so members of the public would have to be allowed to go inside and put their ballot in the box. And they do take up a little bit of room, and I haven't been to all of our libraries, so I'm not sure of the spacing in there, but she did tell me those would not work in the library at this time.
I thought I read that the agenda item said that city staff did accommodate the boxes, or was that the original boxes that had been used in previous elections?
Those were the original little small black boxes that sat on the counter. They're no longer using those, so we don't have that option.
Okay, all right. I still feel we should try harder for getting the libraries, but I won't fight it.
Well, we have a motion. Do we need a second still? Councilwoman Kalani?
I guess I still am not clear about the motion. The motion is only to file the update, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I would second a motion to file the update.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matici?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is item 9I, as in Isaac, from Community Development to approve 3-year licensing and maintenance agreement for airport noise monitoring system. Expenditure is $448,455 non-general fund, which is $149,485 annually from our city staff.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Linda Cessna, Community Development.
I'm so sorry, Mayor.
Councilwoman Kalani? Yes.
I'm sorry, Mayor, to interrupt. Thank you. I'm going to actually recuse myself on item 9I, since I have a personal relationship with one of the pilots that is there. And although I believe I can be fair, I am going to recuse myself to avoid even the appearance of any bias. So I will sign off for now.
Okay. You'll come back after this one. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
All right, Ms. Cessna.
Okie dokie. We are requesting the approval of the ANOMS noise system for the airport for a 3-year period. The item before you includes a brief history of the operation of the program and some of the reasons why it was established and how it operates. There's also a supplemental that has correspondence and responds to some questions. And in particular, there was a question asked about how we compared with other airports. We did look at Santa Monica Airport and compared our number of operations, number of complaints, number of violations, and because we weren't able to get a separate noise abatement budget for the Santa Monica Airport, we compared both of our airport budgets in total. And based on the numbers, we are actually looking fairly good in terms of how much it costs us to run our noise abatement program. The ANOMS provides the technical backbone of the noise abatement program, as well as allowing a public interface with the WebTrack system and allowing the public to see what's going on, to file complaints, to interact with the airport, and to understand in some cases more what they are seeing, what they're looking at. The noise abatement program allows us to identify problems. It allows us to identify any violations, and it also allows for a testing program, which allows us to give feedback to pilots so that they can try various methods of coming out of the airport, and we can give them what their noise readings are so they can see what kinds of procedures work for them. All of these things would be impossible without having a noise monitoring system. We would not be able to provide that feedback. We wouldn't be able to identify violations. It also helps us in terms of being able to share information with both the pilots and the public. The goal of the noise abatement program is to help the pilots and the public coexist and to understand each other a little better. We hope that that is what happens. We find that we have folks from both sides of the aisle, so to speak, thinking that we do too much, which probably means that we're right about in the middle doing about what we should. So our feeling is that if we wish to continue a noise abatement program at the airport, the continuation of this contract is really vital, because without the noise monitoring system, we really cannot operate a noise abatement program at the airport. We're available for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Cessna. We do have some questions, I'm sure. Councilmember Matucci was first up, followed by Councilmember Griffin.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question about the pricing. When compared to other airports, you said that we're pretty much right there. Have we gone outside of maybe the area to look at airports that are even farther away? And also, have we made this for public bid, that we open this up for public bid to look at other companies as well? Because $149,000, almost $150,000 a year seems rather excessive. Of course, I don't know how much is entailed in monitoring. I would imagine most of the systems are automated. The equipment costs, is that part of it? Are we leasing the equipment in that amount? So overall, I think it's very excessive, the amount that we're spending on this, even though it's not coming from our general funds, but it's still funds that we could better utilize at the airport, I believe.
In terms of the cost for the program and whether we've gone out, we went out for bid when we initially put in this system, this newer system. At this point in time, the equipment is still viable. And if we were to go out to bid and we were to find another company, we would then have to replace all the equipment, which would be probably a $250,000, $300,000 expenditure. So we have done this as a sole source because we want to maintain the equipment until it's reached the end of its useful life. We also find that there are very few companies out there who provide the services that are provided by Brule and Care in terms of noise monitoring.
Okay. All right. I mean, I understand the need for this for the community, and I just feel that we should probably research this a little bit deeper and put a lot more effort into lowering this cost. It comes out to, what is it, about $500 a day? $500 $500 a day, which to me, for equipment that's already been bought and paid for, seems like, there's just not that much labor cost associated to this. And also, did the company that's servicing this company, is that the people that actually sold us the equipment? Wouldn't this be the same equipment that another company can just tap into, or is this equipment just only for this particular company?
It's usually very proprietary. Brule and Care is one of the major manufacturers of noise equipment, but any kind of any other company would also have their own. They would have their own system and their own proprietary monitors and such. So okay. when we established the system with Brule and Care, we did look into this pretty extensively, and I think there was, at that time, there was only one other company that even provided a similar service, and they were more expensive.
Okay. Yeah, I also want to remind the public how lucky we are to actually have an airport, and if we continue fighting, over left turns and early left turns and noise, it becomes very unattractive to come and even land here. So, in case of a natural disaster, that airport will be used to bring in supplies and fly out injured people. So, we have to be very careful. We also have a major manufacturer of helicopters there that provides a lot of jobs and revenue for our city. So, again, we have to be very careful with how we handle this. Again, I do feel that noise. I'm in the flight path, so I get to hear them every day. But that's how it is when you buy a home that was built well after the 1943 mark when our airport was built. So, anyways, I don't feel comfortable voting yes on this, just because I feel that it's an exorbitant amount of money that we're spending, and I'd like for us to digging deeper, even if we have to change equipment and lower the annual cost to, let's say, half. I'd rather invest in new equipment at a lower cost than continuing to pay $150,000 a year to a company, or at least research options. I feel like we've kind of channeled in ourselves with this company and not really looking outside. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Griffin.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just to clarify, if I did the math right, based on the 3-year price of $448 over 3 years and 365 days a year, that's $409 per day for the cost. So, what my specific question is, Torrance is an airport that I think in general has good support within the community. Yes, there are those who would obviously prefer not to be there. But I think in general, I would certainly agree with Councilman Matucci that it's a valuable asset for our city. And it's something that I would certainly want to continue to support its existence. But I think noise monitoring is an important thing. If you don't have any monitoring, then it becomes the wild, wild west. And one of the things I'm concerned about, and this is where I'd like staff to maybe to share with me some information if they can, is it's my understanding that Santa Monica Airport is phasing out. And I'm assuming, but I don't want to make that assumption, maybe staff has better information, that may end up increasing the amount of traffic through our airport and potentially tenants and so forth, which then might increase the number of flights in and out of our airport. Would that be a fair assumption?
We would say that that's very likely, yes. We've been kind of looking at that as a possibility for the last few years as Santa Monica's begin to slow down and get out of the airport business. So, yeah, we would expect to see more flights coming in.
Great. That's my only question for the moment. Thank you.
Councilwoman Ashcraft.
Thank you. I spoke with Ms. Cessna the other day, and she, in fact, told me that flights have decreased at our airport somewhat significantly over the years. Ms. Cessna, I don't remember the years and the number of operations you said had decreased. What was that?
When we began the noise abatement program, we were, I think, the 10th busiest airport in the United States. We had almost 500,000 operations a year, and that was in the, I believe, in the 70s. When I first started working in noise abatement, I don't remember when it was now, but we were down to about 210,000 operations a year. We're currently at about 115,000 operations a year. So it definitely has gone down over the years. But I think that's of most airports, the cost of fuel, and there's just a number of reasons why aviation is perhaps not as viable as it used to be.
So not just because we have the noise abatement?
No.
Okay. Thank you. I too am for keeping this because I don't want to put any more upfront costs added into this. As Ms. Cessna said, I would like to use the equipment we have until it expires, and then we go out to bid for something else. Because Ms. Cessna, did you say possibly a minimum of $200,000 to $300,000 on top of this?
That's what we would
for
expect.
A new. Yeah. Okay. All right. So I'm in support of this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councilmember Chap.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't want to sound like I'm ridiculing a caller, I believe, that called in during the orals today. And I think he said he was an engineer. He could do it for much less cost. Ms. Cessna, is that even remotely possible? I just want to make sure I check. I don't
I would have to say that it's very unlikely. This is a highly specialized field. The equipment is highly specialized, and the analytics that are used in the programs. Not to mention that you have the radars and the web track, and there's just a host of proprietary programs that are all bundled in together in this system. So I would be very surprised if you could do it for half the price.
I don't think an individual could put the web tracking up at all. And that's one of the things that sold this to the city of Torrance when we went to this system, is the web tracking, that someone who lives near the airport can go on their computer and they can track the airplanes as they go by. So that was one of the major reasons we got this. It was a low bidder at that time, I believe, but web tracking was most important to the council and to the mayor at that time, and to the citizens who lived near the airport, so they could actually figure out who was making the noise.
I understand. I just want to make sure I check, since the gentleman sounded pretty confident that he was able to do it. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? See no one else, I'll take a motion to concur or to unapprove, whatever. Councilman Matucci.
Sorry about that. Keep on forgetting to unmute. My question, I guess, would be, can we go with a shorter contract, let's say a 1-year contract instead of 3-year commitment, and maybe we can actually, open up a, I don't know if you want to call it an exploratory effort to look into other companies, other systems, and because, in the long run, if we could cut that cost, maybe there might be even some new equipment, new systems that we might be interested in that aren't too expensive. I don't know. Is that even an option to go 1 year instead of 3 years?
The cost that we were quoted for the 3 years was the discount of quite a bit from what the cost would have been. So if we went to a 1-year contract, the cost for the 1 year would increase by at least 15%.
All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Griffin.
Just to be clear, though, most of our contracts that were written, and maybe a city attorney can chime in on this, is that there's an out in our contracts that say if we give certain amount of notice that we can cancel out of an agreement. Would that be the case in this contract, or am I mistaken? Anyone from staff or city attorney?
Our standard form agreements do have that provision in them. I'd have to take a closer look on this one, but maybe Linda or Danny know off the top of their heads.
We're looking.
Looks like there's a provision on page 7. I'm just trying to flip to it. Apologize, it refers back to schedule, so I'm trying to flip through the various things, but it says that it continues for the initial term as set in Schedule F1 and also refers to as Schedule F2, so I'm trying to flip in and see what that actually provides.
If I may, on page 17, it says, oh, that's supplier, never mind, sorry.
F2 termination services are none.
Yeah, F2 does say none, and it just says the initial term is 3 years, and then back looking at paragraph 3, it just talks about you have to give notice of termination. So that's for the options. So it does not appear to have a termination for convenience or a termination for cause, at least off my initial look at this contract. I believe it was, I don't know, Linda, if you know more about the provision or not. It doesn't appear to have that.
It appears that it is for the 3-year term. I cannot find anything in here that says anything different.
Councilmember Goodrich?
On page 17, there is a non-payment clause. Not sure that that would be the best way to get out of a contract, but it does exist.
But there's a term in the law, it's called breach of contract, where if you do that, then you're on the hook for the entire contract. And I'm getting squirrely about this anyhow. We're talking about breaching a contract before we enter into the contract. And if, in fact, we did breach the contract, we would be acting in bad faith, which would probably give punitive damages as well. Now, this is something that we should be doing offline before we come to the hearing.
There is a dispute resolution provision on page 18, looking at the page numbering at the bottom. It just says if there's a dispute, the parties agree to negotiate prior to prosecuting a suit for damages. So essentially, it kind of lays out the process if there's some sort of dispute prior to a party essentially proceeding, as the mayor said, for a lawsuit for breach of contract. How it appears to be drafted.
Would we be better off if we kick this a week and bring it back next week? So maybe some of these questions could be answered rather than doing it on the fly here.
Your Honor, since the beginning contract is October 1, we do have a week, and we can continue it over. Bring it back.
That's what I was hoping.
We'll elaborate more on the 3-year pricing. I'd have a concern even if we do not decide, or we are in dispute as to how we're going about it, we may wish to approach what the cost would be for a month-to-month until such time as we can make a decision beyond that date. So we can explore both of those and return to you next week.
And another idea, Mr. Jackson, is perhaps from the original contract when we did that, I believe it was through an RFP at that time, but there was a lot of documentation that we went through because if I recall correctly, the web tracking was almost the thing that sold this to the community, and by selling it to the community, it sold it to us. So we might want to look at that as well.
We can share that information with you, too.
All right, thank you. So we're just going to
have a motion to continue for 1 week?
Yeah, do I have that? Looking for a motion to continue. Somebody make it.
So moved. Councilman Griffith.
Councilmember Griffith. Okay, we have a second.
So moved.
1 second. We have a second by Councilmember Matucci.
Roll call vote.
Roll call.
Sorry, Mayor. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Kalani recusing herself.
Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break now. We'll be back after. Okay, we're back from our 9 o'clock break, which was a little late tonight. We're moving on to item 9J from the city manager and the city clerk to reconsider a proposal from the Los Angeles County Registrar Recorder, County Clerk, for unstaffed vote-by-mail drop boxes at various city locations. From staff.
Thank you, Your Honor. City Clerk Rebecca Poirier. This item was brought back to your honorable body based on the request from the mayor and concurrence of council. It's the recommendation of the city manager and the city clerk that city council consider a motion to reconsider proposals from the Los Angeles County Register Recorder, County Clerk, on permanent unstaffed vote-by-mail drop boxes at 5 locations in the city of Torrance. And it's recommended that if the council determines to reconsider, that the matter come back on a new council night. However, if the motion passes, the item is also on tonight's agenda, and that was a request from the county because it is September 15th, and vote-by-mail ballots will begin mailing on October 5th. On August 25th, the City Council considered the proposals to permanently install the vote-by-mail drop boxes, and at that time, the council voted to only proceed with the staffed vote-by-mail boxes. So again, this item is only to a motion to reconsider the proposals. It's not the actual item to discuss the vote-by-mail ballot boxes. And I'm available for questions.
So procedurally, we're just reconsidering, and I will bring it back for next week for consideration, or is it the next agenda item?
No, Your Honor,
it is
the agenda item.
Go ahead.
I apologize. I believe that was Leroy that responded. The item is on tonight's agenda for if the council votes in the positive to reconsider it. The item is on tonight's agenda. It is 9K, and the council could take the item up tonight, or you could pull the item and defer it to next week.
Okay, but just 9J has to pass to even do 9K.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
And Your Honor, this is Patrick Solomon. It is a confusing thing because the action the council took on August 25th was only on the staffed. That was the actual vote. So really the reconsideration would be for that. So that's what council took the action on. So that was the vote was only on option 3. The council did take actually affirmative action, yes or negative action on the other 2 options. But since council requested the reconsideration, that's why this on. That would actually, if it's a true reconsideration as this is, the item would have to be brought back the following week. But the next item, 9K, since there was no action on the other 2 items, could actually be done by council tonight.
Okay. That was the confusing part. There were 3 portions of the agenda matter, and we only acted on 1. So the other 2 have not even been acted on because we jumped right to number 3 and ignored 1 and 2. So tonight we're looking at 1 and 2 as well. Councilwoman Ashcroft.
Thank you. I have a question for Ms. Poirier. The item says reconsideration of 5 locations. Is that 5 or less, or does it have to be 5? What does the county say?
It could be 5 or less. It is up to your honorable body to decide how many you would like and the locations as well.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Kalani.
My question was the smaller size box, and I've got the measurements. I could pull them up for people. The smaller size box that's going to be inside City Hall, could that be outside instead?
It could be if it was bolted to the cement. That's the issue
Right.
with these boxes is that they have to be bolted to the cement or locked up inside of an office. And the small boxes do weigh 1,200 pounds.
Right. Okay, that was my question. Thank you.
Anybody else? Councilmember Goodrich.
For the parliamentarian, just trying to figure out the cleanest way to approach this, seeing as technically the item for the agenda item for reconsideration, item 9J here, only applies to the vote, and we did not actually hold a vote on proposals 1 and 2 from the previous agenda item, would it make sense to just forego the motion for reconsideration if we're happy with the previous vote on option 3 and just proceed straight to entertaining 9K?
This is Patrick Sullivan again. The council could choose to do that, especially since the vote on August 25th was for staffed ballot boxes, and those don't actually exist anymore. So the ones that we were actually asking for don't actually exist. The city clerk has had an exception for the smaller box given to them by the county, but the staff ballot boxes, which the council had voted for, are not actually in existence anymore. And I think
in reality, 9 is kind of a moot point.
At this point, it really is. And then just to follow up with Councilwoman Kalani, the measurements of the smaller box is 32 by 32 by 52, and it's 140 pounds empty. And then the larger box is 65 by 40 by 50, and it's 3,000 pounds empty.
Oh. Thank you for that information.
I'm not hearing any other alternative methods to proceed here, so I'd be ready to make a motion to just table or dismiss item 9J and move forward to the real crux here, which is 9K.
Councilmember Chen, you had your hand up.
Yes, Mayor. I guess I'm looking at 9J, reading the background analysis, looks like the clerk did take an action on the subject and asked the registrar and county clerk about removing the vote by mail drop-off boxes after the election, and they responded in the negative because that was one of the discussion I think we had last 2 weeks ago. Just want to make sure for the clarification of the public as well, since these are called vote by mail drop-off boxes, meaning you could drop these off at any mailbox. Postage free. Just want to make sure that's clear.
Yes, Councilmember Chen. Currently, all vote by mail ballot envelopes contain postage on them. So residents no longer have to put postage on their ballot. So they could mail it at any U.S. mailbox.
So it's almost exactly, sorry.
Right. And then the vote by mail boxes, they didn't want to remove them because it's a lot of work to bring them, install them, bolt it to the sidewalk, and then they would have to remove them and repair the concrete once the boxes were removed.
So vote by mail is the synonymous with what we used to call absentee ballot.
That is correct. They changed the language in the elections code.
Okay.
And I tried to add permanent to distinguish between the ones that we have, the staffed boxes are not permanent versus these would be permanently. If the council considered the item or reconsidered the proposal, these boxes would be permanently placed either for a year. There were two proposals. One was for a year and one was for 5 years. The city of Redondo Beach opted for the 1 year to try it out, and they chose the smaller boxes to be installed, and they have 3 throughout their city. There's 6. Carson is going to have 6 vote-by-mail drop boxes installed in their city. Manhattan Beach is going to have 2. I'm sorry, I lost my list. I had all the local cities, and I can't seem to pull up my list. but there are going to be several. The cities around us have several drop boxes as well that the residents could drop their vote-by-mail ballots in.
Maybe, Mayor, I have a procedural question, because I didn't want to take us to a discussion. If this is not I just want to know which is the agenda item we should be discussing, the discussion we're about to go down.
A rabbit hole, is that what you're talking about? Yeah.
Yeah, I believe it is correct that since this item only really, the approval on August 25th that the council was looking to reconsider only approved the staff ballot boxes. I believe you could table this action or just choose not to act on it, whatever you want, whatever terminology you want to do, and then move to a deeper discussion on item 9K of what other options the city has at this point.
Councilmember Goodrich.
I don't see any opposition to that on the second go-round on it, so I'd move to table item 9J.
Okay. Councilwoman Kalani.
I will second that.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yeah.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Okay, that takes us over to item 9K. Also from the city manager and the city clerk, consider a proposal from the Los Angeles County Registrar Recorder, County Clerk regarding unstaffed vote-by-mail drop boxes at various cities' locations. Expenditure is none. From our city clerk or city manager, who's running this one?
Your Honor, I'll handle this with the city manager and city attorney's assistant.
Thank you.
This item was brought back based on the request for reconsideration at the September 1st City Council meeting. I did go back and watch the item today again just to have some background, but I spoke to the county on Friday and yesterday, and they are amenable to the change from Lago Seco Park to Walteria Library for the placement of the vote-by-mail ballot boxes. They do, they're not interested in removing the ballot box after the election. They are requesting the one-year proposal be considered if the council goes down this route to at least install them for 1 year. They did mention there is another election next year that the boxes would be utilized at. And let's see. So they are requesting 5 locations: the City Hall, Wilson Park, Henderson Library, and of course they said they would accept the Walteria Library and then North Torrance Branch Library. Again, it's up to the council as to how many boxes they wish to have in the city, if they wish to have any at all. The local cities, Rancho Palos Verdes, Rolling Hills, and Palos Verdes each only voted for 1 box in their city. I can't remember how many Lomita had. I did tell you Manhattan Beach has 2 and Redondo has 3. Hermosa only has 1 and Carson has 6. So I'm not sure if they've already been installed or if they are in the process of being installed. The county did tell me they have just under 400 vote-by-mail permanent ballot boxes in the entire Los Angeles County. So there's lots of opportunities for voters to drop their vote-by-mail ballots in addition to the vote centers. And I'm available for questions.
I'm sorry, Councilwoman Ashcraft has a question for you, and then followed by Councilmember Chen.
Yeah. Thank you. Ms. Poirier, I spoke with a council member of Manhattan Beach, and this item, as you stated, they have 2 boxes, but it never was an item on the agenda for the council. And the council member I spoke with was very surprised because the council member didn't even know anything about it. We saw it as a land management item, so therefore it came onto our agenda. This council member in Manhattan Beach was told that it didn't have to come before council. Have you heard anything about that from anywhere?
I know the city clerk in Redondo Beach took hers to the council. However, she is not, she in her city, she does not sign any contracts. In our city's a little different. So, I mean, each city handles things differently. So it may be that in Manhattan Beach, it's under the elections official and it's not required to go before council. I couldn't really speak to that because I don't know what the policies are in Manhattan Beach. I did speak to the city clerk in Redondo Beach, so that's how I found out information from her.
Okay, thank you.
Just to let you know, in the past, most of the vote centers, those were all handled internally by the city clerk as the elections official, working in cooperation with the city manager for his approval and the departments. We had never brought that to council before. That was all handled internally. So I'm not sure if she's continuing to do that in Manhattan Beach or if that's their policy.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Chen was next.
Yeah, I'm going to go through some questions if I can. City Clerk Poirier, I think when we were on 9J, when there was before we tabled it, in effect that all these VBM ballots, every registered voter will get one of these, and a registered voter can choose to either physically bring us to a voting center or a drop-off box. We already know that there will be one in your lobby, or we could drop it off at any, I just did a simple search this week, any of the 69 mailboxes and post office we have in the city. Postage Street.
Yes, that is correct. Or any vote by mail permanent box, even if it's located in another city, as long as it's located in Los Angeles County, they can drop it off.
Right.
For instance, you could go to Carson and drop your ballot box in one of the LA County's vote by mail boxes.
Or if I was at work, or just like in the city hall, we have a little mail stop right by the our photocopy machine. We could drop it off there if you feel comfortable.
Yes.
We could drop it off at a UPS store or a FedEx store that takes U.S. mail.
Yes, you could do that.
We could clip it on our own mailbox if we want, if our mail carrier takes it.
You could also do that as well.
I know I've done that many times. Okay, just want to make sure that the public is aware there are a lot of options. We can do this depending on your comfort zone. So really, the question really is, are we concerned that the U.S. Post Service can handle an election, a vote-by-mail ballot?
And just to follow up on that, the county does have a link on their website where after you mail your ballot, you can go online, and when your ballot gets to the county, they scan the UPC code, and it'll show up that they've received your ballot. So you can check that your ballot's been received.
Yeah, actually, I did that for this March election. I believe even the mayor mentioned it while going up for the March election. He said you can just go and look at it. So that's actually good to know. And if a voter is concerned about time lag, the key thing is to have a ballot stamped before the November 3rd election. Is that correct?
Actually, there's a new law that as long as it has to be stamped by November 3rd, and as long as it's received 3 days after the election but stamped on November 3rd or postmarked by the post office November 3rd, their ballot will still count.
Okay. And you could start voting by mail almost as early as 29 days before the election date. Is that
That is correct.
to you?
The ballots be mailed on October 5th. They'll begin to be mailed on October 5th.
And most mailboxes, whether it's in the post office or those in the neighborhood, are typically picked up once a day. In some cases, twice a day.
Yes, and some post office actually pick up more than that. I know the Redondo Beach post office picks up four times a day out of their box.
Now, these unstaffed ballot boxes, prior to 20 days, the county is going to pick them up once every 2 or 3 days.
I believe they'll service them based on needs. So this is something new, so I'm not sure how often they would be used. I believe that's what they had said on August 25th, that they would service them at least once a week more if needed.
Yeah, at least twice a week during the first 20 days. I see it in your package. And at least every other day the last 10 days. So some ballots will still be sitting there, whereas a U.S. Post Office mailbox will get picked up at least every day.
Yes.
Okay, so it really comes back down to every resident voter has every opportunity to vote the way they choose to, and as early or as late as they choose to, as long as their ballot is stamped as in before November 3rd.
Postmarked by November 3rd, yes.
Right. If it's postmarked with November 3rd, and after November 3rd, they will still count them.
Yes.
Okay. All right. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you. You went through, before we get to Councilmember Griffith, I just wanted to address, like Councilmember Chen, I have all the faith in the world in the mail. I think the U.S. mail does a tremendous job. It's actually codified in California code. It's called the mailbox rule. They deliver the mail. Voted by mail for several years now, and it always gets there, like I shared with Councilmember Chen. I got a text message when they received it. I got a text message when they counted my vote. So I knew very securely that it was voted. Unfortunately, in the last 30 days, 60 days, there's been a lot of negative press about the U.S. mail not being funded or not delivering or not being adequate, taking materials out of there. And so people have concerns about whether their vote will get in there. In fact, Alex Padilla, our Secretary of State, got the law changed, so it's 17 days after, as long as it's postmarked, as our clerk said. But that doesn't take away the fear of people putting their ballot in the mail if they don't want to. And some people do not want to go into a voting center. They don't want to vote in person, and that has to do with the COVID situation. There are people who do not leave their houses right now. There are many people in our city. And we heard, you mentioned that we heard from a guy talking about the airport noise. Well, we heard from one of the people from our community who lives in the Hollywood Riviera, who I think each and every one of us know, Ms. Popovich, very, very well. And she wants to have the vote-by-mail ballot box where they can deposit their mail, deposit their ballot. We're apples and oranges. This is just another methodology for getting the votes in and making people feel safe and secure getting their vote in. They don't want to go to a vote center. They don't want to stand in line. They have to stand in line at a vote center to go in and drop it in a box. It's probably not going to be a big issue in California, but it's become a tremendously big issue for us because this is what the county wanted to do. They laid it upon us, and we said no, and now our community has come out and basically said they want it. I don't care if it's 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, but everything I've read from our community is that they want these optional ways to cast their ballot on November 3rd. So, I think we're just running around in circles about the same thing. Councilmember Griffith was first, and then Councilwoman Kalani will be after.
Thank you, Mayor. There's been a tremendous amount of misinformation put out on this issue, and I think it's time that we take out the partisan rhetoric and replace it with some common sense. We have one council member that's been issuing emails and social media posts with false and inflammatory statements. Another council member is going super partisan on social media. Many of the people who are upset because they have not been given accurate and complete information. If I wasn't informed, I might be concerned as well if I had read some of this inflammatory messaging. If we take out all of this irresponsible divisiveness, it becomes pretty easy. We will have vote centers, as we did in March. People can vote in person there, as well as drop off their vote by mail ballot without waiting in line. Vote centers are open for 11 days or 5 days, and as long as you don't wait until the last day, there's almost no one at these locations. In fact, I went to several locations in the March election, which was my election for city council, and I wanted to see how the process was working. The days before the final day of election, those voting centers were almost empty. People who are worried about the USPS forget a very ironic fact. In this election, all the ballots to all registered voters are being sent out via the USPS. No one seems concerned about that. And if voter turnout is typical, which is about 50% traditionally of the registered voters in Torrance vote, and typically only half of those vote by mail, then only 25% of the ballots that get mailed out will be returned by mail. If they can have 100% of the ballots mailed out, then it shouldn't be too much to ask to get 25% or even 50% of them back safely and securely through the U.S. Postal Service. For nearly 30 days, everyone will have access to dropping their vote by mail ballot into their own mailbox for pickup, any USPS mailbox in public, which are available 24 hours a day and are picked up every day, except for maybe Sundays, as Councilman Chen mentioned. And of course, they could be taken to any post office directly to bypass the boxes, or any vote center in all of LA County, or any vote by mail box anywhere in LA County. I use the U.S. Postal Service almost every day, and even recently as this week, I have not had any problems besides maybe a maximum of a 1 day later than usual delivery. As long as your ballot, as the mayor said, is postmarked by 11/3, it will still be counted, even if it's received up to 17 days after that. I value my vote so much, I would not want to leave it in a completely unattended box that might not have pickup for 4 days or more. I would rather risk a day or two delay in delivery by the USPS than to toss it into an unattended box. People are asking for safe and secure ways to vote. And if that is a concern, then the public box would not be a place I'd put my ballot. Further irony is that the county is now prohibiting us, as we discussed earlier, from putting ballot boxes in secure locations where we have had them in the past, libraries, for the redundant reason that they are concerned about security, even though there has been no problems reported ever in Torrance, as has been reported. And further, our city staff was in full support of putting boxes in our libraries for this election. Torrance is a unique city. We do not do what every other city in LA County does for lots of reasons, most of which is what makes Torrance more appealing than other cities in LA County. Hopefully, we will replace partisan politics with common sense. No one's right to vote is being taken away. More is not always better. If we must put a vote by mail box out in public, then I would prefer it to be in a very public location like City Hall or at a library or at a school and in a minimum number of locations. And I would want it removed as quickly after the election as possible. I'm not sure when our next election is, but I'm not aware of any elections coming up in the next year in our city. So those are my feelings on this whole issue, and it's just unfortunate that there's been so much false information put out to the public that's got them scared and unduly concerned. And actually, the people that probably aren't paying attention to any of this rhetoric are probably quite content knowing that they're going to get their ballot in and they'll have no problems getting their vote counted. That's my comments on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Ashcraft, you have your hand up. Ms. Kalani is next.
Oh, thank you so much, Mayor. So I took all of the things that were going on very, very seriously and very much to heart when the whole accusations were going around about voter suppression. That was never what it was about, and I don't believe there's one person on this council that intended to suppress any votes. I did talk with the county registrar's office more than once. I asked them a lot of questions. There is one box already in El Segundo, one in Manhattan Beach, one in Palos Verdes, one in Rancho Palos Verdes, and 3 in Redondo Beach. I did visit the one in Rancho Palos Verdes. I visited one at the library in Redondo Beach, and El Segundo, Manhattan Beach, Palos Verdes, Rancho Palos Verdes have all elected to have one box. The Rancho Palos Verdes box is at City Hall. If you go from near where I work, it was almost 9 miles to get to it. But it did provide, I did visit it at about 10:30 in the evening. A little spooky, but I did visit it at 10:30 in the evening. And that's one reason why I asked if the one at City Hall could be outside, where it's well lit, where people could access it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I think it's important that people are able to exercise their right to vote in a way that's easiest for them. Obviously, the safest is to go into a voting center, which there'll be plenty within the city of Torrance to do, and cast their vote or drop off their vote by mail envelope, or have a friend that they trust drop it off for them. There is plenty of options, but if, like I think you said, Mayor, there is one person that could benefit from this, then it's one more vote and one more person that could vote. As far as control, one thing I learned from speaking with the county registrar is that, you know, the United States Postal Service is always in single control. These boxes will always be picked up in dual control. So I don't know, you know, how you feel about that, but there'll be a dual control handling of all of the vote by mail ballots in these VBMs. As far as safety, I was actually there trying to shake it and push it, and it's solid as a rock. They are bright colored. Some people talked about some aesthetics, but they're supposed to get noticed. I think it's important that we consider a really prominent location like City Hall. And then as far as I had heard a lot of people talking about fraud, I had some conversation with Mr. Sullivan about that, and I don't know if you're there and if you could kind of go over that with us a little bit. I mean, voter fraud, whether it's in the VBMs or the United States Postal Service, is still not a good thing for someone to do. Could you help us with that a little bit, Mr. Sullivan?
Yes. Essentially, interfering with an election or ballots or voter registration is all covered either under the state law or the federal law. There's several provisions in the federal law and in California law as well. The California law is Elections Code 18500, and it makes essentially interfering with a vote or a ballot or attempting to do so is a felony under California law and is punishable by imprisonment of 16 months, 2 years, or 3 years. The way California criminal law works is you assume the middle one, which would be 2 years. If there's aggravating factors, it would go to 3. If there's mitigating factors, it would go to 16 months. And obviously that'd be each count. So theoretically, if they destroyed a bunch of ballots, there'd be multiple counts for all the ballots that were destroyed. The federal law, there's several ones. There's ones dealing with false statement of citizenship to vote or register. There's intimidating someone who's trying to vote, or using false information to register to vote or to actually vote. And then voting more than once, which has obviously made the press recently. And then there's also another section in the United States Code about knowingly depriving or defrauding or attempting to deprive the residents of a state of a fair and impartial election. Those ones, the laws vary, but on the federal ones, they'd be equivalent of the California felony. Imprisonment in those is up to 5 years or a fine of $10,000 or both. So essentially, it's a crime either way. There are specific crimes, as Councilman Matucci had pointed out before, about interfering with a mailbox. That's a specific federal crime. But the ones I mentioned in the United States Code are 52 U.S.C. 10307, 52 U.S.C. 20511, and 18 U.S.C. 1015 are specific to voting. Some of them are limited to voting in an election where a federal office is up, and then other ones are more extended out to any sort of an election. But again, there are punishments both under federal and state law that make them felonies with prison time associated with them.
Thank you. And although I couldn't actually, I appreciate that, Mr. Sullivan, although I couldn't actually see how the box worked because they're locked right now, it is a very thin roller system that makes it a little bit difficult to, put more than one in at a time, to place something other than an envelope in it, was my understanding. And they also shared with me that as you get closer to the election, they plan to even pick it up when necessary more than once a day. So that's kind of the feedback I had. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that information. Councilwoman Ashcroft?
Thank you. I'm sure that we have at least one resident that might not want to interact and go to the voting center to drop their ballot off. And so I would be fine with having one box and having it centrally located. And we talk about libraries. That person that might not want to interact with people, if we had the box in the back of the Katie Geisert Library, it gives plenty of parking for people to watch and visually see who's at the box, and then when it's empty, they're able to walk up and put their ballot in and not have to interact with any other people. I think something like that would be doable, because you drop your ballot in the mail, and I'm with Councilman Griffiths, you can follow your ballot and see if it makes it there. But for that one person or so that wants to drop their ballot and have nobody around, I could see that one possibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Goodrich.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Ashcraft. I finally heard what I've been waiting to hear for a while here tonight, and that's some empathy and some understanding for what some of our residents and voters might be feeling. Taking a step back, I'm really amazed that we're even discussing this here tonight. We've got a city of 21 square miles, and we've had to take multiple cracks at allowing 4 to 5 unstaffed drop boxes that amount to about 2 square feet. The impact on the city is negligible. I've heard just absurd objections like concerns about graffiti, which were fully addressed in the original staff report, where the county said that if there was any graffiti or vandalism, they would take care of it within 48 hours, much like we operate with any reports of graffiti or vandalism here in our very own city, within our own city government. Heard concerns about aesthetics. These are things that, again, 4 or 5 boxes in the entire 21 square mile city, even if they are bright, look at the upside. It reminds people about voting, and I don't think that's such a bad thing. I have a couple questions about this, what's transpired here for our parliamentarian and city attorney. Clarify the record here. Was there a vote on any unstaffed mailbox or ballot boxes previously?
No,
there was not.
Yeah, the item on 825 only, it had discussion of unstaffed ballot boxes, it had discussion of vote centers, and it had the staffed ballot boxes, which are no longer being offered by the county, but they're all listed as options. And the council voted on option 3, which was the staffed ballot boxes, which the county apparently no longer offers.
Okay, thank you. And as of right now, how many unstaffed boxes are slated to be in the city of Torrance?
The unstaffed?
Just 1 minute.
Okay.
Oh, unstaffed?
Yeah, unstaffed.
Do you mean the proposal?
How many, as of this very moment, are slated to be in the city of Torrance for unstaffed boxes?
Currently, none. No unstaffed boxes are slated for Torrance.
Thank you. I'm trying to correct the record here. Even, unfortunately, our own Daily Breeze screwed up the information, and they reported that I erroneously cited that we and Vernon were the only cities not having unstaffed boxes in the city. And I'm still trying to figure out how that's erroneous, because right here in the report from the county, we've got a list of 400 locations of unstaffed boxes throughout the county. And to be fair, I didn't count 88 different cities because it wasn't even organized in that manner where it would be easy to do so. But I can tell you there's, if not 88, if not 86 cities listed on there, there are certainly darn near close to 86 cities in there. So trying to figure out how that's erroneous. And I wasn't going to make this personal tonight, but since Councilmember Griffiths mentioned that there's a lot of misinformation coming from a council member, as far as I know, I'm the only one that sent out an email on this. And I'm glad I did. I raised the alarm on this, and that's the only reason why we're back here tonight talking about this. I wrote that email. I stand by what I wrote. I never said anybody on this council voted against these boxes because there was no vote taken. Sure, maybe some of these other council members wanted to obfuscate the record and not be clear, but there was no vote taken on these unstaffed boxes. I'm going to shift gears here because, like I said, I feel like I heard in our comments here tonight, I heard a lot of, I'll be sending my ballot in the mail, I'll be going to vote in person, but I didn't hear a lot of the comments from our residents that took the time to wrote in on this in response to my email. So I'm going to, for the benefit of us all, I'm going to read some of those into the record here, just select passages. Starting with today's LA Times article. I don't know if anybody saw it, but there was a big expose in the LA Times and said, titled, "We mailed 100 letters to test the Postal Service. The verdict? Spotty at best, dismal at worst." And we can be sure that just like shopping malls are packed on Christmas Eve despite plenty of notice every year, there will be people who wait until the last minute to vote when voting lines could be long and wait times lengthy. So getting to the residents and what they took the time to write to me, and I appreciate their feedback. First one is, I value and take a personal stand to protect the fragile health of elderly relatives that I care for and cannot take the risk of standing less than the recommended 6 feet between myself and anyone masked. Number 2, I've had several USPS incidents in the past 4 months, so I will be using one of the ballot boxes. I voted by absentee ballot for years, but will not be relying on the Postal Service this year. Number 3, my husband and I applied for permanent mail-in ballots when local voting precincts were eliminated. With the pandemic continuing, these boxes would be a good alternative for those not trusting the mail and understandably not wanting to enter a polling place. With post office service now totally unreliable, it borders upon criminal to further restrict our options for submitting ballots by not providing secure drop box locations. Next one, I'm writing to ask you to vote in favor of drop-off ballot boxes. In light of the pandemic and the problems we are facing with unaccountable delays at the Postal Service, I think it's imperative we do what we can to ensure our ballots can be safely and conveniently collected for delivery to the county for tabulation. Last one. The drop boxes are not only for the immunocompromised, but those who are scared of COVID and passing it along to their loved ones. They're for blue-collar workers. They're for the people who are forgetful. They're for the elderly. Do better for the city. And amidst all the talk and all the issues that we've discussed, I think it really boils down to two issues here tonight. There's people that are not comfortable voting by mail, and there's people not comfortable voting where other people are around. I think it's rather discordant messaging for us as a city to be talking about social distancing, but then encouraging a bunch of people to pack in and get in line and go vote in person. So there are people here in the middle that obviously, as evidenced by the emails I just read into the record, want an alternative way to vote. Some people don't trust the mail. Some people are afraid to be around others. And that's what it comes down to. And really, again, I'm having a hard time understanding why this has become such an issue to place 4 to 5, what amounts to the equivalent of mailboxes throughout our city, one in every zip code. I don't think that's too much to ask to give people the right to vote in a way that they feel comfortable. We should be encouraging and doing everything we can. And just like I stated in my email, I signed my life on the line to go serve our country and ensure that people are able to vote. And I never thought that I would have to be fighting here at my own local city council to give people that ability. So that concludes my comments, and I'm in favor of making sure we have at least one unstaffed box in each of our zip codes here tonight. Thank you.
Anybody else? No, I'll entertain a motion. Councilmember Goodrich.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. I am going to move that we accept LA County's proposal for unstaffed vote-by-mail boxes in the city of Torrance with the period of 1 year and in the locations indicated by the city of Torrance, with the alternative being Walteria.
Councilwoman Kalani.
I'm going to second that. Thank you.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
No, I would want only one.
Councilmember Chen?
No.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
No.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
No.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion fails with Councilmember Goodrich, Kalani, and Mayor Fury voting yes.
Okay, we'll take another motion. Councilwoman Ashcraft.
I make a motion to have one unstaffed or unmanned box, as the county has outlined, in one location to be determined by, well, I don't know, by us or by our city clerk, but my motion is for one box to be determined at a later date.
If I may, I would suggest that it be determined by the city manager in consultation with the city clerk.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, by city manager and city clerk.
Councilmember Matucci.
can add to that motion that the location should be monitored at least by electronic surveillance in case, just at least to have some eyes on it. I'm not comfortable with the unmanned, unmonitored, 24-hour access to a box that will ultimately lead. So in other words, if there's voter fraud happening in a federal box, a USPS box, it's a federal crime, a felony. If voter fraud happens in one of these boxes, it's still technically a felony, but it's at the state level, which, the Californians, there's a likelihood that it would never be prosecuted, and would never. And if you do prosecute, it'd probably be just a little revolving door, just with no bail. I don't know. I just find it kind of just strange that these boxes that are no different, when it comes to a COVID situation, there's no difference than a regular mailbox. These are mailboxes, essentially. One is from USPS, which has been around, 100, 150 years, 200 years? I don't know how long USPS has been around. And these boxes all of a sudden are being shoved down our throats. And I just find it kind of I guess in my mind it's a little bit of a red flag that, one is a federal crime, one is a state crime. They're both felonies. But again, one's in California and one's on a federal level. Big difference, especially considering California politics. I'm not trying to make it a partisan thing. I just find it that this is being shoved down our throat right now. The boxes that could easily be staffed at the libraries are being denied. Just everything's almost like being pushed toward these unmanned, unmonitored, pick up whenever in the heck you want boxes. And I just, if we are going to do this, I would like to see some kind of surveillance. If not, I'm going to continue to vote no. So can we get clarification?
Since I'm the one that made the motion, my question goes to our city manager. Do we have enough locations that would be applicable to have a surveillance camera looking at them to have one spot designated?
We can put one camera on one side. If we have multiple sites, we can acquire those cameras, but we'd have to have somebody monitoring them.
Yeah. No, I don't want to pay to have somebody monitoring them. Do we have cameras on the outside of the Katie Geiser Library on the back side?
No, we do not. We could install one there, but again, we'd have to have somebody monitoring it.
And additionally, this is Patrick Sullivan. If it's something that's recorded, then you have a records retention thing that you have to keep the recording for a time. Which gets into cost.
Okay, then my motion stands the way it is. I don't want to pay to install cameras. Thank you.
Councilwoman Columbia.
With all due respect, we don't have cameras at every single United States Postal Service post office either. And if you went and saw these boxes, they do appear to be much safer and much more secure than a U.S. Postal Service box. The one up in Rancho Palos Verdes at the Rancho Palos Verdes City Hall has a U.S. Postal Service box very close to it, and you can compare the differences.
Councilmember Goodrich. Councilmember Griffith, I'm sorry.
I know, we are twins. I will second, I know. I'll second Ms. Ashcroft's motion for one unmanned box at the choosing of the city manager and the city clerk. I believe that there are so many other ways for people to vote that if someone really needs that capacity to have an unmanned vote as their preference, then I don't think there's that many people out there that would need that, and providing one would certainly then provide them that alternative. So I second the motion.
Councilmember Goodrich.
Thank you. Just as a point of discussion here, I will be voting yes on this. I try not to make the perfect be the enemy of the good. I think there's room to do a lot better, and all we're doing is making our residents suffer an inconvenience and having to drive clear across the city to cast the ballot instead of just staying within their local zip code. But it is better than nothing, so I will be voting yes.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Of course. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
No.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
No.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Chen and Councilmember Matucci voting no.
And much the same as Councilmember Goodrich, my vote was I'd rather have one than none. And I think that's the most important thing, that if there's that one voter or there's 150 voters or 1,050 voters who want to do it that way, at least we're providing them with that service and they won't have to go to some other city. Councilmember Chen?
Mayor, I just want to give a comment on the rationale of my no vote. I do sympathize with everyone, even with the single resident who has concern about leaving their home. That's because I believe that even that one or two people who stays in their home has the ability to, they do that, clip it on their mailbox and watch a mailman take it away. I felt we had plenty, 69 post office and mailboxes, plus about another 30 private-owned mail systems. So I felt we gave plenty of options without adding an additional one. And the concern is someone has to drive from Walteria to City Hall or wherever. There's actually a lot of ways. So that's the reason why I voted no. And I believe that the U.S. mail system can deliver the ballot, and with 29 days of voting period. That was my rationale. Thank you.
And I concur with you. I have all the faith in the United States Postal Service. I will give you a little history lesson that Benjamin Franklin was not the first Postmaster General. He was a Postmaster General for the Second Continental Congress, which predates the United States of America. But ever since America has been formed as a country, we've had a Postmaster General. It's been an agency of the federal government that served us really well. It gets packages delivered. It gets checks delivered. They do a tremendous job. It's unfortunate that it's become a partisan issue. It's horrible what people are saying about the postal services, and unfortunately that's made some people a little afraid to put their ballot in the mail. It's unfortunate because I still think when push comes to shove, the post office is going to do a great job. They always do. They rain, sleet, and hail, they must deliver the mail. All right.
Mayor, this is Patrick Sullivan, the seat. Just for clarification, because I know this item has been all over the place. The city manager still has the ability to negotiate with the county and in conjunction with the clerk regarding the vote centers. And that's the places that have the actual voting machines. So I just wanted that out there. So the council knew and the public knew that would be done through his office in consultation with the city clerk, as well as the probably the General Services Department and the Community Services Department for potential rooms where they could actually set up the actual machines.
Yeah, that'd be perfect. And the other thing is, hopefully, this system works and it's successful. It doesn't have any wrinkles in it, and maybe we come back in a year or two and they do another election. Maybe we'll have more of these if it's a responsible way to vote. Councilwoman Kalani.
I'm so sorry to bring this up, but I'm wondering, do we need to amend that somehow? I'm hoping it's the smaller box not the larger one? Do we need to clarify that?
If that's the count.
I think we had the 32 by 32 by 52 is like, I believe that's the one we were looking at. So if everybody concurs with that, I see thumbs up all around. So yeah, it'll be the 32 by 32 by 52.
Thank you. Thank you.
And Your Honor, if I may make a comment, if City Hall was chosen as a location, the city clerk's office would not be hosting a staffed box.
Oh,
and that's not my choice. That's what the county told me. So if the box is at City Hall, then there would be no need for me to have one internally.
But the campus would be a different thing if we had it on someplace else on our campus, which has easy access.
Correct.
And that's what we want to look for. Some place where they can drive by and drop it off. Some people have suggested the library back where the ramp is, where we drop off books. So, I'll leave it to the city manager to find the right place. We move on. There are no scheduled hearings. There's no agency agendas. There's no scheduled seconds. So it comes to City Council oral communications, and the council order tonight starts off with Council Member Goodrich.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I do have something for concurrence to be able to work with staff on something. I received an invitation for a webinar hosted by elected officials to Protect America, and going to be learning about the California Public Resources Code, wherein cities and counties may formally request the California Geological Engineer. That's a mouthful. California Geological Energy Management Division to order companies to remediate idle oil wells, which could pose a health hazard to the local population. So my request would be to have concurrence to have staff spend some time on this and primarily just by attending this webinar to learn if there's any of those that exist here in the city of Torrance, and if we might be able to take care of a problem that we may not be aware of in our own backyard.
We're just asking for to somebody to attend the webinar.
Do we even
to attend
we can follow up on that and have somebody cover the webinar. I've seen the information. It's probably worthwhile, very definitely, for staff to see what's being presented and share with you the information that we received.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? All right. I moved over there. Councilmember Griffith.
It's Wednesday. Nothing. Thank you.
Happy Wednesday. Councilwoman Kalani.
Nothing else either, Your Honor. Just thank you, everybody. I know that there was a lot of discussion tonight, and I just want to let you know that I appreciate you, and have a good evening.
Thank you. Good. Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say happy birthday to Dad. Turns 83 today. So happy birthday, Joseph Matucci, my dad. Also, once again, I want to thank Haley Pitchkey and Jordan Atkinson. Those are the two young ladies that transformed Seaside Heroes Park into a 9/11 memorial. I think it was just such a great display of patriotism and love for our country, and also the need to keep that memory alive. As horrible of a day it was, I think it was actually a unifying moment for America, even if it was just for a short period of time. But just wanted to say thank you. We need more young men and women to get involved with their community as they did, and hopefully we can make that a yearly thing. So thank you, girls. You guys did a great job. Very proud of you, and I'm sure your parents are very proud of you guys as well. So good night, everyone. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilwoman Ashcraft.
Thank you. I would like to give my condolences to the Walker family and also to the Torrance Police Department, because I know every one of our officers were involved with the family as they went through this horrific time. And Drake was a darling young boy, young man, and quite an inspiration, I know, to a lot of people. So there's a lot of people whose hearts are aching at his loss. I'd also like to thank firefighters, in particular our firefighters that have gone to help in these terrible fires that we have. We know that we've got the smoke here. I can't imagine being so close to the fire and fighting in that kind of weather and air. I'm grateful for the firefighters we have, not only in Torrance, but all those that have come to the aid. Thank you very much. Good morning.
Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. I got nothing to add. Everybody stay safe, and please pray that Governor Newsom will respond positively. Thank you.
Certainly keep our fingers crossed on that. If you didn't get a chance to check it out, on September 4th, City Cable launched a new program called Weekends in Torrance, which replaced the weekend episodes of COVID-19 Today. The show will air every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at 2 o'clock p.m. That's a live television broadcast from our city. Weekends in Torrance features things to do around Torrance in the age of COVID-19. Tune in to watch the resiliency of our city as people wear face coverings, social distance, modify operations, and take the necessary precautions to minimize the risk of infection while still trying to bring some normalcy back to our daily routines. COVID-19 Today will continue airing Monday through Thursday at 4 p.m. and can be seen along with Weekends in Torrance on City Cable, on Spectrum Channel 3, Frontier Fios Channel 31, streaming on torranceca.gov, Facebook, and on YouTube. Today, as part of its effort to expand accesses to beaches, the Los Angeles County Beaches and Harbors rolled out its first semi-permanent access mat in the South Bay at our very own Torrance Beach. This is made of a fine nylon mesh. The access mat is designed for people who use wheelchairs or those who have difficulty traveling through the sand. I want to thank our county for improving accessibility for our community and making this possible. And thank you for choosing to put it at Torrance Beach to try it out. Our firefighters have been busy providing a mutual aid due to the recent fires. I want to thank all of our fire responders and our first responders for their continued efforts to keep us safe and secure. I think we all owe a debt of gratitude to keep our first responders in our prayers every day because of the dangers that ensue in their job. But as Councilwoman Ashcraft pointed out, I can't even imagine fighting a fire in a full turnout uniform in weather that they are, with the smoke that's there and the fires exploding. It shows the heroic nature of fire service. And unfortunately, the fires have affected our air quality. I want to remind everyone that the most effective way to reduce exposure and avoid the ill effects of smoke is to stay indoors with windows and doors closed. The current rating for today showed an index rating of unhealthy. Therefore, the plunge pool, golf course, and Wilson Park splash pad were closed for safety. We continue to monitor the quality of the air and will adjust our operations accordingly. Lastly, I want to send my condolences to the Walker family for the passing of their son and brother, Drake Walker. Drake was an inspiration to his family and every member of the police department and everybody who got a chance to meet or know him. He bravely approached each day, and every member of the organization truly drew strength from him. He fought a courageous battle, one that I know touched the city staff greatly, our residents, and our community. Our hearts are with the Walker family during this time. And if there's anything that we can do, Sergeant, please reach out to us, and we'll do our utmost to make sure we can do it for you. And just know that you and your family are in all of our prayers. We'll take a motion to adjourn. I know it's long to read. Councilmember Chen, I know you like to read this.
Thank you, Mayor. I move, per the recommendation of City Manager, that City Council adjourn tonight's City Council meeting to Tuesday, September 22nd, 2020, at 5:30 p.m. for closed session, with the regular meeting commencing at 7 p.m. in compliance with Governor Newsom's Executive Order N-2920, with suspended portions of the Brown Act. Members of the Torrance City Council and staff will participate in this meeting via teleconference and other electronic means in our continuing effort to practice social distancing to reduce the spread of COVID-19. Members of the public are encouraged to watch the meeting via City Cable, Channel 3, Spectrum, and Channel 31, Frontier, streaming on torranceca.gov, Facebook at City of Torrance, CA Government, and YouTube channel Torrance City Cable. I think we need a second.
I second the motion.
Or Councilwoman Ashcraft, either one.
Roll call vote. Member Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Absolutely, yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Good night, everyone. We'll see you next week.
Good morning, everyone.